President. We are recording.
Good morning. Welcome to the special meeting of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, November 16, 2021. This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. General Counsel.
Good morning. In conformity with Assembly Bill AB 361, this meeting will be conducted in part remotely, and all public comment will be taken telephonically. Members of the public wishing to call in and offer public comment may do so by calling area code 213-306-3065. Again, that number is 213-306-3065. And when prompted, please enter code 245-89476 pound. Again, that's 245-89476 pound. When speaking, please identify the item you're speaking on or whether you are speaking on public comment. You will have 2 minutes per item for a total of 5 minutes. Also, if you're listening to the proceedings on the computer, please turn your volume down when you're speaking so that we don't get feedback. With that, I turn it back over to you, Madam Secretary.
I will now conduct the roll. President McCLAIN-HILL.
Present. Click camera.
Oh, I see.
And then you can go to preset 1. You see yourself. Okay.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS.
Present.
Commissioner LEHRER.
Present.
Commissioner NEEMAN BRADY.
Present.
4 members present in a quorum. I will now turn it over to President McCLAIN-HILL.
Excuse me, Commissioner. I'm going to take back the mic for a moment and give folks a different code to enter when prompting. That would be 248-0806-7659 pound. Again, that's 248-0806-7659 pound.
Thank you. I do have a couple of opening remarks before we get the meeting before we move to business under this meeting. This is our first in-person meeting since the COVID-19 shutdown, at least quasi in person. We have 3 commissioners with us, our general manager and our legal counsel at the dais, and a number of our assistant general managers present. We are conducting this meeting under COVID-19 protocols, and current protocols via the County of Los Angeles require, among other things, that we wear masks at all times, even when speaking at the dais and making presentations. So we will observe those protocols. In addition, we have and will need to maintain 6 feet of distancing at all times. I appreciate everyone's attendance at this meeting and look forward to the day when we can open up to the public at large and additional staff. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Native American Heritage Month. This November, we celebrate Native American Heritage Month to honor Native and Indigenous peoples and nations. There are 160,000 members of the American Indian and Alaska Native communities in Los Angeles, the most of any urban area in the nation. Here at LADWP, we're proud to have 62 employees who identify as Native American. National Native American Heritage Month celebrates the culture, contributions, and heritage of Native Americans. For many years, Native Americans and others proposed that a special day be set aside to honor Native Americans. The efforts to establish a day of recognition finally resulted in a month being designated for the purpose in 1976. This month is an opportunity to recognize and increase awareness of the rich heritage and culture of Native Americans and their importance to Los Angeles. Our city was built on a Native American settlement, the first pueblo in the area, in 1781. Throughout the city this month, there have been book talks, musical events, dances, and powwows, art and photography exhibits, and special screenings to showcase the culture, contributions, and heritage of Native Americans. It is also a time to recognize the injustice that has been committed against Native American peoples here in Los Angeles. Native Americans have been part of our land and city's history, and we know that they have not always been given the right space to be part of our city's planning, development, and policymaking. Recently, on Indigenous Peoples Day, Council members Mitchell Farrell and Kevin De Leon announced the city's new Indigenous Land Initiative, which includes issuing a formal apology, renaming landmarks and places in LA, and creating Indigenous cultural easements. The Los Angeles City Council approved a formal apology to the California tribal nations for instances of violence, mistreatment, and neglect committed by the city or that the city was associated with. As part of our DEI efforts, we acknowledge our past and we know that we can do better. We hope that more Native American and Indigenous people will come to work at LADWP in the coming years as we develop and fulfill the goals of our racial equity plan. We also have a deep respect for the Native and Indigenous people of the Eastern Sierra and have worked through this board to build and strengthen our relationships with tribes in Inyo and Mono counties, as well as members and leadership of the Navajo Nation, who we have a shared past with in the desert Southwest, and who we were working with to help strengthen and electrify their tribal lands. Happy Native American Heritage Month. On behalf of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners, I look forward to continuing our work to ensure racial equity for Native Americans and all races and ethnicities in our workforce as we advance toward building a more inclusive organization that employees, city officials, business leaders, community stakeholders, and residents can look upon with pride. And with that, we will turn to general comments. General public comment. Board Secretary, do we have anyone in the queue?
Yes. Good morning, callers. Please state your full name and the agenda item you will be speaking on. Please be mindful that you will have 2 minutes for comment. The first caller is Douglas Hilleman.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to comment here to the LADWP. My name is Douglas Heileman. I'm a resident of Valley Glen and a longtime ratepayer at DWP for over 30 years. My comment is about the DWP's lawn replacement program. I think it's great the department is doing things to reduce water usage and create a more sustainable landscape. The sustainability landscape checklist says no artificial turf is installed. That's for a very good reason, because artificial turf is a barrier to oxygen. It kills the soil. It's hot. It contributes to heat islands in neighborhoods, which means people use more air conditioning and consume more power. Artificial turf also negatively impacts other yards, such as mine, where I'm trying for canopy for native plants and attract pollinators and otherwise improve the environment and the livability of our neighborhoods. However, I do see in my neighborhood that DWP rebates are going to neighbors and people in the entire Valley Glen area who do install artificial turf. I do not believe that the rebates should fund a degradation of the environment in our neighborhood. And I also note that DWP rebates are paid in a lump sum. I do observe that some lawn conversions are not always maintained, and that within a short period of time after receiving the DWP rebates, they're concreted over for carports, which completely defeats the purpose of the program. So for this problem, I have 3 suggestions. I suggest a more robust validation process prior to providing rebates to customers who rip out grass turf. I suggest that the DWP investigate paying rebates in annual installments to ensure that the desired outcome is maintained. And my third suggestion is to engage with neighborhood councils, who are an arm of the city of LA and who do get government funding, and many of which have environmental or forestry subcommittees, and who should have an interest and who should be interested in working with DWP on matters to improve the quality of life and to reduce water consumption in our city. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public caller is Aradhan Tritani.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Aradhana Tripathi. I'm a professor at UCLA, where I study climate change, the water cycle, and its impacts. I'm also part of the Sustainable LA Grand Challenge program. I'm a ratepayer and have been for much of my life. So I appreciated the remarks made at the beginning of this meeting, the land acknowledgement, and the acknowledgement of Native American Heritage Month. With that, it certainly is critical for LADWP to truly center racial equity for Native Americans, and specifically the goals of tribal authorities. I want to point out that these really are well aligned with the sustainability and environmental health goals that I think LADWP shares. LADWP is supposed to be consulting with the Big Pine Paiute tribe on Operation Next, and it truly is critical for them to do so. The Operation Next project needs to consider the alternative of reducing LA's reliance on water from the Eastern Sierra and Owens Valley areas. This is important for several reasons. Again, for racial equity, but also because of climate change, because of health impacts, and because of water sustainability. In the CEQA environmental review, we need to consider the effects of climate change on the Eastern Sierra. We have to look at curtailing groundwater pumping in Owens Valley, and it is so important to restore Owens Valley ecosystems and habitats so that areas that LADWP has impacted actually have a chance in the face of our changing climate. This is important for water sustainability, ecosystem health, human health, carbon storage. I also think that we need to make sure that we're moving and really looking past just having 70% of Los Angeles' water sourced locally. We need to go beyond that. We really need to be looking at 100% water sustainability for LA with locally sourced waters. And if we don't start planning this now, then, you know, as a climate scientist, I can say that the consequences are going to be quite damaging. Fortunately, we do have the leadership of the Big Pine Paiute tribe. They've been planning, and it's a cultural framework that looks at planning for the impact not just on our generation, but also on future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller, area code 6760, the last two digits 26. Please state your name and the item you'll be speaking on. We'll go to the next caller, area code 760. Hello? Oh, hello? Area code 760, the last two digits 274.
Yeah, hello, my name is Paul Hewitt.
Go ahead.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to be calling, I'd like to have a comment on the agenda item I on the Operation Next. If I'm correct, that's the item. I just want to say, well, and also thank you though for the wonderful acknowledgement. It's come to pass that finally we, us Indigenous people, I'm Indigenous, I'm from the Big Pine Paiute tribal member, and I really appreciate that acknowledgement. Also, I'd like to comment on the next Operation Next. I don't know if we'll have an opportunity to comment after the presentation so we could get a little more framework on it, but I just wanted to say, you know, I hope that in Operation Next that you also think about conserving the water where the water is being taken from, and I don't see that in any of the Operation Next materials. So I'm hoping that we can get some help up here where we are in the Owens Valley, Paihunadu, to minimize that, because we're drying up here just as much as anywhere else, or more actually. So hopefully we could comment then as well on Operation Next under that agenda item. But if not, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller with the area code 760, last two digits 26. Please state your name and the item number you'll be speaking on.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, hello. Good morning, Montague. My name is Terry Red Owl, and I'm speaking on item I, the Operation Next. So my comments on work for the Owens Valley Indian Water Commission. We had submitted many comments during the scoping period for Operation Next, and I'm hoping that, those will be meaningfully addressed. But, one of the main ones I shared with Paul Hewitt is that the water savings that we will see in Los Angeles from Operation Next, we want to see those savings be reflected up here in Payahunadu and Owens Valley with the reduction of water imports from our homeland down to Los Angeles. The other thing is that the tribes have requested consultation, in particular the Big Pine tribe, and we are requesting that consultation take place and that the DWP Board of Commissioners, follows the tribe's consultation policies, which includes the DWP, the decision makers consulting the board, that would be the DWP board members, consulting directly with our tribal leaders rather than LADWP staff coming up and simply giving a report to our tribal leaders. That is not consultation in our opinion. And, we really want to see meaningful consultation. We also had submitted other comments, being concerned about, the backbone systems that's being planned between MWD and LADWP. Does that mean any excess water from up here that LA might not need will be traded or sold or exchanged with MWD? So we have a lot of concerns that were put into our scoping comments, and we hope that those will be addressed. I do want to say that, we appreciate and we do support Operation Next and the fact that Los Angeles is making moves to source their water more locally. And we applaud you for that. And with, a couple of the other speakers, thank you for the acknowledgement of Native American Heritage Month and the land acknowledgement. We just hope that we can continue down this path of working cooperatively with each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next caller, area code 760, the last two digits 88. Please state your name and the item number you'll be speaking on. Caller with area code 760, last two digits 88.
Yes, hi, this is Noah Williams.
Can you please turn off? Okay, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. Yes, hi. This is Noah Williams. I'm the Water Program Coordinator for the Big Pine Paiute Tribe of the Owens Valley, and I'm speaking on behalf of item I-2, Operation Next. And, I really just want to urge LADWP to have meaningful consultation with the Big Pine Paiute Tribe of the Owens Valley in regards to Operation Next.
Mr. Williams, are you still there?
Any of their decisions that are related or in the best interest of the tribes up in this valley, and you guys are looking out for your own interest, and it's really a matter of time that, we start to look out for our future, and, you could start doing this by, offering meaningful consultation with our tribal leaders or actual mitigation efforts, in areas that were promised under the long-term water agreement, and really just reductions of the groundwater pumping in this area. I'd like to see a 70% of reduction of all water imports in the Owens Valley. And, thank you for, acknowledging, Native American History Month, and thank you for, looking at, some of these historical injustices that have taken place. But, I don't want to have, any sorries. I want to see some action. And you guys are looking out for your future. You guys need to start taking into consideration for ours too. Thank you.
Thank you. That will now close all public comment.
Thank you. We have a report from our general manager, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, President McCLAIN-HILL and board members. I want to begin my report by reporting out on a very tragic event that we had occur last week. One of our power system employees, Michael Lemestre, he was a senior cable splicer, so he was electrical lineman and then moved beyond that class as a cable splicer, then a senior cable splicer. Passed away on November 4th as a result of injuries he sustained during an incident that occurred in a vault just before 11 a.m. in Wilmington area. He was working as part of a cable splicing crew. They were performing electrical service work, and he made contact with an energized circuit. And his coworkers, his apprentices working with him, they were able to rescue him from the vault. They did their best to try to revive him and perform CPR. And the paramedics arrived on the scene and transported him to the hospital. Unfortunately, he did not survive his injuries. This is a real tragedy. It's a huge loss to the department and to the power system. It's the first electrical accident like this that we've had in a number of years. The accident reminds us that the work that so many of our employees do every day is extremely hazardous, not only in the power system, also in the water system, in heavy construction. So many of our 10,000 plus employees are involved in very dangerous work, and a lot of times we take for granted the risks that they put themselves in on a daily basis. But what they do to keep the lights on in the city and the water flowing truly makes them unsung heroes working behind the scenes. But on days like this and this past week and a half, it really reminds us how vital service they provide and the risks that they place themselves at for the public's benefit. Flags in downtown LA by the order of the mayor's office, including this building, were lowered last week to honor Mike. And this Thursday at 10:52 a.m., the time of the accident occurred, we are stopping all work of every kind at the department in recognition of this accident and in honor of our fallen colleague. And as a further reminder to every employee how critical safety is and taking care of ourselves and our fellow coworkers. And so I know we'll talk a little further about the plans for Thursday, but there will be a formal recognition, a stand down to really remember the sacrifice that Mike has made on behalf of the city and to remind us how critical the jobs that we perform are. I'd like to ask Anselmo to report on the status of mandatory water conservation restrictions coupled with actions taken last week by Metropolitan Water District and what we are doing at the department to really step up our own efforts and our own messaging. So go ahead, Anselmo.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Anselmo Collins, Senior Assistant General Manager in charge of the water system. So last week, the region's wholesaler, which is the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, or MWD as we know it, it declared a regional drought emergency on November 9th. And this is due to the severe water shortage facing the state and the region. At the same time, we issued a news release urging our customers to stay vigilant with water conservation efforts. We also are stepping up our enforcement of the prohibitive uses as described in our water conservation ordinance, which we have remained in since 2009. We have been in phase 2 of our ordinance. LADWP receives a large portion of its water from Metropolitan Water District. In the last 5 years, that's averaged around 41%. And that's water that comes from the State Water Project via the California Aqueduct or from the Colorado River Aqueduct itself that we receive our water. At the state level, California is in the second consecutive year of drought conditions, with 2021 being the second driest year in recorded history. The driest year was 1924, by the way. Governor Gavin Newsom issued a proclamation in October expanding the state's drought emergency to include LA County and 7 other counties. Till then, there were 8 counties excluded. Now, every single county in the state is under this drought declaration. MWD's declaration of a regional water emergency, along with the governor's proclamation, They serve as an urgent reminder that prohibited uses and mandatory water restrictions have been in place in the city of LA since 2009, and that increased patrols and enforcement are being deployed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anselmo. On Friday, November 5th, we had we convened our stakeholder engagement process for the LA 100 equity strategies. Reiko and her team has been tremendously involved, as I know President McCLAIN-HILL has, in really spearheading this effort. I'd like Reiko to give us a briefing on where we stand with that and how the meeting went.
Good morning, Madam President and Commissioners. Reiko Kerr, Senior Assistant General Manager of the Power System. On Friday, November 5th, LADWP, in conjunction with our partners, NREL and UCLA, convened the first meeting of the LA Equity Strategies Steering Committee. The meeting officially began with the 2-year stakeholder engagement process for the LA Equity Strategies project, which aims to develop actionable, community-driven outcomes to ensure that all communities benefit from the transition to 100% clean energy. The steering committee is a small group of community-based organizations representing neighborhoods that are historically overburdened by environmental and economic challenges. The steering committee is designed to give these communities a voice in the programs and policies that evolve as we implement LA 100. While the first meeting went very well, LADWP will take an increased role in this study to further reinforce our relationship with community-based organizations, as well as better define the roles of our partners, NREL and UCLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, if you'd stay there and be joined by Brian Wilbur. Power System has had some awards and employee recognition, particularly from the Lyman's Rodeo, and if you'd like to present those, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, so I will start, and I would like to call, I believe we have Jana Lesh, as well as Anita Wright and Larry, Jana's husband, out in the waiting room. I'd like to bring them in. Hi. Come forward, Jenna, so we can see you better. So today we celebrate a special and well-deserved recognition of one of our fabulous women in the trades. This is really a big deal and important from a diversity, equity, and inclusion perspective, particularly for women in non-traditional roles. I regret that Monique Earle, our Senior Assistant General Manager over Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, could not join us today, but I understand she has already celebrated this historic event with Jana, and I know I speak for Monique in expressing our collective excitement and sincere congratulations. So Jana Lesh is the recipient of the 2021 Power Magazine Diversity and Inclusion Advocate Award. There were over 70 nominations. 28 companies had candidates selected as finalists, including the department. This award is for both individuals and teams of innovative contributors. Finalists demonstrated exceptional ingenuity and a dedication to excellence, making them noteworthy of recognition by their peers. These recipient leaders continue to work for the betterment of the power industry. The winners and runners-up were recognized at the Experience Power Conference in San Antonio last month. Jana is a controls mechanic at Harbor Generating Station, and she founded an employee resource group for LADWP tradeswomen that primarily focuses on women in steam generation, appropriately called Women in Generation. She is passionate and a fierce advocate for women and improving representation in the trades. Supporting her and cheering her on at this event and here today is Anita Wright, our electrical service manager in power station operations, as well as her husband, Larry Lesh, and Norm Cahill, our director of power supply operations. Thank you, Jana. We celebrate you and your efforts in bringing industry-wide recognition of the DEI efforts at LADWP, as well as your unwavering internal efforts to improve DEI in LADWP operations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reiko. And to add to that, so we had a couple other awards that came through. So I'd like to bring in Emil Abdel Shahid. Good morning, Emil. So Emil is a power engineering manager for the Power Transmission Planning, Regulatory, and Innovation Division, right? He's in charge of the Power System Innovation and Advanced Technology Group. He is truly one of our up-and-coming leaders. He has an extreme commitment to employee development and really building his team to what it is today. Emil received the Excellence in Resourcefulness Award, the Best Practice Award from Frost & Sullivan. LADWP's grid modernization initiatives have focused on improving load flexibility, successful environmental leadership, preserving resilience, all while optimizing operational efficiency. LADWP's distribution automation program is considered essential for supporting the city's ambitious goals of achieving 100% renewable electricity. So I'd like to congratulate Emil for a job well done and receiving this award.
If you could advance the slides. Oh. Yes, there's Jana getting her award. Next. And this is her husband and Anita also. Next. And here's Emil's award. So now we're caught up.
So go ahead and advance one more time. Thank you, Rachel. So I would like to recognize also, so the 2001 International Lineman's Rodeo was held October 16th in Bonner Springs, Kansas, following a one-year break in the rodeo event. Utilities from around the nation competed in various events, demonstrated journeyman and apprentice skills and training. This annual competition, they perform many tasks that mirror their daily work. As always, this is an opportunity for DWP to showcase our employees' skills and to attract new talent. So next slide. You can see how big of an event this is, and for the Lineman Series, this is a big deal, right? This is something that we look forward to every year. This year we sent 1 journeyman team and 4 apprentices. Go ahead, next slide. You can see some of the work that they do there. Like I said, this is groups that come from around the country to compete, and this is a very strenuous event when we go there. It's one small mistake, one little hiccup is the difference between the grand champion and just finishing the event. So this is a testament to the skill and the dedication that we have for our employees. So I'd like to introduce our journeyman team: Thomas Crevier, George Jimenez, and Raul Valdesvinos. And then our apprentice teams: Rociel Tunches, Christopher Serta is not here, Dominic Vizcarra, and Chad Dressler. So our teams competed this year. There was more than 122 journeyman teams, 182 apprentice teams. Our journeyman team took 5th place in the Journeyman Municipal Division, and it's comprised completely of electrical distribution mechanics. Our apprentices compete individually, and in the municipal division, we received a 3rd place and a 5th place overall in the municipal divisions. So I'd like to congratulate these guys. I know this is, to me, this is a huge deal, right? This is it, pinnacle of what we do, and to be able to showcase what these guys actually do. So personally, I'm very happy you guys did a great job. I can't wait till next year to do this again and to really showcase how wonderful and how great the program here is at the Department of Water and Power. Right? Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again. Appreciate the board's indulging us on showcasing employees. I think it's critical to recognize the successes that we have, and especially throughout different aspects of the department.
No, we're very happy to see them. This was a really, really terrific display of department excellence. And I can't wait to get to one of those lineman rodeos.
We do host the rodeo every year, and this year got canceled, as you're aware, and we actually are scheduled to host the international rodeo, so hopefully that'll come back around to give us a chance at that, but it's really quite an event. So I have 2 more very brief things. One more, just a brief recognition, our own Nancy Sutley. I'd like to just let the board be aware that she has been confirmed by the City Council as our newest director at the Metropolitan Water District Board. She replaced John Murray, who was on the board for, I believe, 15 years, and we actually celebrated him online at the last board meeting. Nancy was nominated by Mayor Garcetti, and just was approved and formally in the last week. So congratulations, Nancy. And while it's separate from her role here because technically it's independent, but her experience and being on the Met Board before when she was deputy mayor, and certainly her experience in the department will serve the city and us very well. So. Lastly, I just want to announce that we do have a vaccine event going on today for any employees who are listening. I tried to get my booster this morning, and there was a long line of people. I've been told that in the first 2 hours, we've already given over 250 doses. So we are, that puts us firmly over 70% vaccinated, and it looks like a really good turnout today. And so we continue to encourage employees to get their booster shots, and working in partnership with IBW Local 18 and St. John's Well Child and Family Center to get these vaccines out as conveniently as possible to our folks. So unless there's any questions, that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, I do have just one very brief question. It's about a water system reportable OSHA incident. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Anselmo? And also, I'm curious about when and how these kinds of issues matriculate up to the commission.
Good morning, Commissioners. Don't know if I have all the answers to your questions, but when it comes to OSHA recordables, the last time I had a conversation with our Chief Safety Officer, we went over some of those numbers. The indication was that we were a little high in one particular division, in the water distribution division. So we've been working together to develop a strategy to be able to bring those numbers back down. The challenge that we have, and this is not an excuse, but the challenge that we have is when you compare to other utilities, we tend to do work that most other utilities just contract out. With that said, even one accident is too many accidents, and my goal is to be able to eliminate those. But we do need to bring those numbers down. My understanding, a lot of them happen to be things like slips and trips, but we're working together also with the Water System Safety Office, which is embedded with the Chief Safety Officer, working on a program to be able to bring those numbers down so that we can be in a much better position than we are right now. As far as it coming to the board, I'm not certain of that process. Yeah. I would assume that goes to the Chief Safety Officer.
Yes, so it's just in the context of reports, because I understand that we had an incident within the last week or so that was rather serious.
Not aware of that, Commissioner. I will look into it.
Yeah, I'm not aware of one on the water side. We do get reports of every injury from minor to major, and fortunately there's very few major ones. If there's anything that's viewed of major, typically that goes to the board. I don't believe we have a formal standard for that, but we will develop one to make sure. There are a number of minor injuries which sometimes are reportable, and just depending on the nature of what the treatment is. But I know that major injuries are certainly reported to the board, but we'll develop a standard and see if that meets the board's needs to make sure that you're aware.
Okay, and if you could check into it and get back to me, I'd appreciate it.
I'll look into that information. You said in the last week or so, Commissioner? I will look into it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And again, we very much appreciate the work that the senior managers have done to highlight the accomplishments of our employees. It is really terrific to see them in the boardroom, and we are so proud of all that they do. And there's so many, and there's so much excellence in this department. Any opportunity that we have to shine a light is one that I think we should take. We will now go to motions for future consideration. I'm not aware of any, so we will move to comments from the ratepayer advocate. Dr. Pickle, do you have any comments at this time, or would you prefer to hold until later in the meeting?
I think it's, oops.
I see you.
Okay. I think it's important to note that there are
major rate items on the agenda this time for rate adjustments on power on the first of the year, but we are okay with those adjustments.
All right, thank you, sir.
These are 6, 7, and indirectly 10.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Board Secretary, do we have anything from neighborhood councils?
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Terrific. Are there items that are requested for discussion before we take up items recommended for approval?
Yes.
I have the a note to defer item 17.
Yes.
So we will be deferring item 17. We will also be calling items 21 and, is it 21 and 22?
Correct.
21 and 22 will be called for separate consideration. Are there any other items that we need to take up specially? Hearing none, I'd like a motion on items 1 through 16, and then item 18 through 19, or 18 through 20. Is there a motion to approve those items?
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS. I will second that motion.
I'll take the roll. President McCLAIN-HILL?
Aye.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS?
Aye.
Commissioner LEHRER?
Aye.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady?
Aye.
4 ayes.
Terrific. Then we will move to management reports, beginning with the presentation on workforce development.
I will just give a very brief introduction. Monique Earl would be here to do this, but she has the flu, so we're glad she's not here with us, I guess. She unfortunately doesn't feel well to be online. She was pretty sick yesterday, so I apologize that she's not here for us. But we have a presentation. Michael DeAndrea from our Human Resource Group will lead it off, and then he'll be followed by Water and Power Systems, bringing the board up to speed on where we are with both hiring and workforce development and the efforts that are going on and their progress. So go ahead, Michael.
Great. Thank you, Marty. Good morning, President and Commissioners. I'm Michael DeAndrea, Director of Human Resources. Very happy to be here to share some information about workforce development at the department with you. I will actually be the first of 5 speakers in this presentation. We wanted very much to give you a comprehensive look at workforce development across the department and in the various systems and divisions. So I'll be followed by the water system, power, and then supply chain services. My comments will focus on hiring trends over the past few years, but most notably with respect to trends the fiscal year to date. We want to show you where we've been in the first 4 months of the fiscal year and where we're headed. And then I'll finish with a brief mention of some recruitment highlights, and then a quick mention of some internal workforce practices. Okay. On this chart, I'd like to direct your attention to the blue line first, which shows employee count. And you can see over the past 5 fiscal years, we have been moving up gradually. And you can see the numbers ending in October at 10,667. I'd also like to point out that the red line, which I'll talk about in a moment, refers to net additions to the department. And I think it's important that I define what that is, because I think it's really important that we understand various aspects of DWP hiring. Net additions to the department really means brand new employees, new bodies to the department. And we calculate that by taking the new hires to the department and then subtracting attrition. If you look at the chart below, though, you will see that the most significant number of hires is actually internal transfers. Approximately 70% of all of our hiring activity is internal, meaning our employees take the opportunity to move laterally to gain new experience, or they promote internally. We then have the new hires to the department. We remove attrition, and we end up with the net additions to the department. You see that highlighted in yellow. If you look at the red line on the line graph, you can see that we had 178 net additions to the department at the end of fiscal year 1920. Due to the pandemic, of course, we obviously had, like every organization, we had a significant decrease in hiring. We still managed to have a net increase of 18. I'd really like to emphasize what happened since then. In the first 4 months of the fiscal year, July through October, we've had 116 net additions. That's good growth. Obviously, we were working hard to maintain that, and we're going to talk later in the presentation about things we need to address to accelerate that rate of hiring. Okay, and then finally, if you look at the right part of the line graph, you can see the dotted line, which shows the projections for the rest of the fiscal year. And at that rate of 116 in the first 4 months, we will be at 348 net additions to the department, which is, again, good, solid growth, and something we certainly are going to endeavor to increase.
Does that assume no additional attrition, or does that factor in some number for attrition?
It doesn't factor in attrition. We simply took the 116, the average of the first 4 months, Madam President, and then projected it across the 12 months. And we did that because had we taken only October, that number would have been around 600, which would have been wonderful to sit here before you and give you that number. But we know that hiring fluctuates significantly from month to month. We thought the fairest number would be the average of the first 4 months.
But to be clear, the attrition is baked into the 116.
Right.
So,
no, I understand
so we do believe that we'll hit this, and we're doing everything we can to exceed it. But it is a marked increase in the rate of hiring.
Yes, thank you. On this slide, I'd like to just point out some notable hiring stats for fiscal year to date, 21-22. If you look, you see the same figure, 116 net new employees year to date. But I'd like to point out the Information Technology Division. You can see that their total hiring, internal and external, was 90 with the attrition. So they netted 24 employees, which was significant. I know they've been before this board to talk about increasing their hiring. Clearly, they've heard you. You might think 24 doesn't seem like a huge number, but if you compare that to the number just above it, all other joint divisions combined, they netted 13. So ITS is hiring at a quick rate. Water and power also had significant notable stats at 50 and 29 respectively. I'll just change gears here for a moment and touch on a few professional recruitment highlights. When we talk about professional recruitment, we're talking primarily about engineering associates, information technology, and utility accountants. Since 2020, HR staff and our counterparts in all 3 systems have attended 136 recruitment events. That includes 22 at historically Black colleges and universities for job fairs and 12 HBCU information sessions. And we have attended 14 diversity conferences, both national and regional, including Black Engineer of the Year Award, National Society of Black Engineers, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, and of course, Society of Women Engineers. If we turn to the skilled craft side, I just want to comment on a few notable points. We are on target with the Communications and Public Affairs Division to create 15 new outreach and recruitment videos in 2022. We've worked with them on a schedule and we're starting to move through it. One of those will highlight women in the trades. We have several of these videos already in use as we go out into the community and recruit. And in just a few moments, we're going to share one of them with you so you get a sense of what they are and how effective they can be in the community. The Communications and Public Affairs Division does an outstanding job creating these videos. I think you'll see that. Secondly, the Los Angeles Unified School District Memorandum of Understanding for 60 student internship positions for both administrative and skilled craft positions will be coming to this board in January. The administrative positions are the long-standing Youth Service Academy interns that you have seen in the department for a few decades. The skilled craft positions is a somewhat newer program. That's the summer youth program. We started that a year or so before the pandemic. Obviously had to take a hiatus. We're very excited about that program. We plan to have 30 in each of these programs. The summer youth program is focused very much in the fleet division, where we are trying very hard to recruit for equipment operator and equipment mechanic. Lastly, we launched the Introduction to Electricity course designed by DWP staff, IBEW, and LA Trade Technical College. And I think you may know that's an online, self-paced course. It's broken into 3 volumes with available mentoring. It is free tuition, whether you're a LA Trade Tech student, a high school student, a DWP employee, or a member of the community. And it qualifies people who have a certificate of completion for 6 power system entry-level classifications. And although we've had hundreds of people enroll in the program, again, you need to finish the 3rd volume to get your certificate of completion. I'd like to point out we have, for volume 3 to date, 122 enrollments and 79 graduations and counting. Okay, lastly, I'd like to, most of what we've talked about so far has to do with reaching into the community, bringing new employees to DWP. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the practices we have internally for workforce development. Succession planning, something that we've engaged in formally over the past several years. We have an online succession planning guide that is available on the My DWP HR Employment Services page, and several other related worksheets for divisions to use, which they do. And then HR provides assistance to all divisions when they request it for working on a succession plan. We also have a mid-level manager program. It's online. It's followed by a 2-day strategy in action workshop that's conducted by HR staff via WebEx, and it focuses on transitioning managers and teaches delegation and goal setting. We had 8 sessions of mid-level manager program in 2021. We've had 151 graduates, and it is offered department-wide, and it's sent to all managers who have a subordinate supervisor.
Do you want IT innovations? Or the last bullet?
I'm sorry, thank you, Mark. And the last point, IT innovations for hiring efficiency. One I'd like to point out is a program that was designed by IT for use across the department, and it's called the ISP Tracker. And in short, it is an automated system that allows us to take a very labor-intensive, paper-driven hiring process, puts it all in a simple, easy-to-use, intuitive, automated format. We have a pilot program right now with Power Exec, Power Transmission and Distribution, and Power Construction and Maintenance, and we expect to have that go department-wide in the next several months. Very good. We mentioned earlier the videos. I'd like to move on and share a video on electric station operator trainee.
Hi, my name is Jovan Flores, and I'm an electric station operator with the Department of Water and Power for Los Angeles. I work in the downtown metropolitan area, and I've been with the department for 7 years. The thing that I enjoy most about as an electric station operator is the variability in work. No 2 days are really ever the same. From the next day to the next, you can be doing different job tasks.
My name is Cerise Gabion. I am an electric station operator for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and I have been with the DWP for 3.5 years, primarily located in the West Los Angeles area.
My duties on an electrical station operator include inspecting distribution stations all throughout the downtown Los Angeles area, taking meter readings, setting up work authorities for field crews that you would see out driving down the street, and being the eyes and ears for our load dispatchers in the electrical control center.
We also go all around and service the various distributing and receiving stations all throughout the greater Los Angeles area. And a lot of the equipment within these stations needs to be maintained by mechanics or for construction upgrades. So our job is to safely switch out that equipment so that it's in a safe condition for our crews to work on for maintenance. I also do report to various stations for trouble. So if there's a power outage, if there is any trouble for the equipment that's in the station, I'm sent there to address it, report all necessary information to our load dispatcher. I have a degree in mechanical engineering, so I qualified for the test by applying with my semester of, I had college credits in physics and chemistry. Even just a year of high school physics or chemistry or electronics experience, or even have some craft courses from LA Trade Tech or the helper course, that is definitely enough already to get you to qualify for the exam. And once you pass all of that, the training program gives you all the tools, all the lessons needed to understand what it means to be an operator and how to work in a station. The training is 2 years, and throughout all those 2 years, it is paid on-the-job training, and it cycles between classroom, theoretical and theory lessons, and also on-the-job training where you're working with another journey-level ESO actually operating the equipment in the station.
What I like most about working in my position for LADWP is the autonomy that you get. You get a lot of variability day to day, but you can be doing, a very labor-intensive job one day, and then the next day is more critical thinking.
I love that I get to see different parts of LA every day. So some days I may be called to report to Koreatown, Hollywood, Pacific Palisades, the beach is right there. And I can walk around in my station. I'm not stuck to a desk. I don't think you can go wrong with the benefits.
There's a lot of different routes to take to advance your career as an ESOT for LADWP. You can move up to be an electric or chief electric plant operator. That's basically supervision. From there, you can move on into management.
Because there's mostly a lot of promotional opportunities to go into the load dispatcher position, or also promoting within operations as a manager. It can be incredibly intimidating to see this large equipment, circuit breakers, things. But there's other mentors, there's other senior operators who will be there to coach you and to ensure you that you're just as able-bodied and strong to do this work and to do this job. So.
So, Commissioners, we're looking forward to sharing 15 new videos with you in 2022. The next part of the workforce presentation focuses on hiring in the water system, and so I'd like to pass the baton to Senior Assistant General Manager Anselmo Collins.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Commissioners, once again. Let's see here. So what I wanted to do is focus a little bit on the stuff that we've been doing in the water system regarding hiring and the efforts that we have been embarking on. And this is specifically looking at the current fiscal year, by the way. So in this first slide, this kind of summarizes a lot of what Michael was talking about. And I think the key thing here to look at is, if you look at the hires, you see that it's divided by internal, external, and total. Because what happens, a lot of our positions end up being filled by current employees that basically are promoting to the next level. So as of this fiscal year, you will see that we have done a total of 169, what we call hiring transactions. However, the number of netted employees, which is the lower right corner there, is 50. So even though we actually made offers and hired 169 people, as far as the number of new employees coming into the department, that net number is 50. Just for reference, usually on an average, we are able to net around 80 employees. So we're doing pretty good up to now, and hopefully we can go above that 80 that we typically head to. The lower portion of this graph, what it shows you is that we are expecting that we'll do approximately over 500 hiring transactions in this current fiscal year. But it's going to provide us with a fraction of the net new employees coming in. But it's not from a lack of effort. They certainly work really hard, the employees that are working on these transactions. What I wanted to do is cover a little bit of what are some of the driving factors in hiring. In other words, what are those plans and programs that are really encouraging us to hire more. On the left side, you can see it says mainline replacement. As you know, the Department of Water and Power has a very aggressive goal to replace our main lines. Our goal is to have a replacement cycle of 150 years. So to do that, we need to be able to replace 230,000 linear feet per year. Now, currently, with the number of staff that we have, which is 26 mainline crews, we can do around 200,000. So we need to grow. So what we're looking to do is to add 7 crews. And if you may ask the question, well, 7 crews, that seems like a lot just to gain another 30,000. However, our experience has taught us that there's always a vacancy factor there, around 15%. So even though we'll have 7 new crews, we expect to yield maybe actual 4 crews with boots in the ground, basically. And that will give us enough staff to be able to replace the 230,000. Each mainline crew can average around 8,000 linear feet that they can replace in a year. On the right-hand side, it says treatment facilities. As you know, the department has been going through a pretty big effort when it comes to water quality, and it also comes to groundwater. So some of the items listed here, for example, the first one is the LA Reservoir UV disinfection plant. That is part of our compliance plan with the EPA. And that project is supposed to be completed either late this year or early next year. We also have a number of groundwater treatment facilities. As you know, the San Fernando Basin is severely contaminated, and we are working on projects that will be coming online in 2023. And once they do, it's going to require hiring a pretty significant amount of treatment operators. So as you can see towards the bottom of the slide on the right-hand corner, it basically says that we have 45 treatment operators and supervisors included in there, and that we anticipate that in the next 10 years, we're going to have to hire 70 more. Now, the challenge here is that these are pretty highly technical positions, and I will talk about, kind of the background that these individuals need to have when it comes to us. But we're certainly looking forward to hiring those additional people. In addition to treatment operators, what it also does, it requires to hire additional engineers to provide plant support, but also mechanics. Instrument mechanics, by their title, they are responsible for all the instrumentation in our treatment facilities, as well as waterworks mechanics. And basically, they fix everything that has all the moving parts that we have in our facilities. So the expectation that with treatment facilities, there's going to be a lot of hiring of those classifications: treatment operators, instrument mechanics, waterworks mechanics, as well as some engineers as well. So what are our plans to try to increase hiring? So these are some of the strategies that we have been implementing, and obviously we're open to additional suggestions. But the same-day job offers, and what that is basically a tool that we can use when we go to campuses to interview students. Typically, the way it works is that you interview the student, they get a score, they get their score in the mail later on, and you get merged into an overall city list. And I'm going to use this as an example, a civil engineering associate. Once that list is there, each department that wants to hire somebody in that classification will certify the list. They will get a list of eligible candidates that are reachable and then interview. The problem with that is that the candidate had an interview, and it could be several months before they see a second interview. So with the same-day job offer, what it does, it allows us the opportunity that right there on the spot, after we've interviewed that candidate, if we believe the individual has the qualifications, and is ready to be employed by DWP, we can provide them with a conditional job offer right on the spot. So what it does is that now this individual is walking away knowing that they have a job from LADWP. Obviously, they got to clear the background and everything else, but now they know they have a job. The reason why this is very significant is because my experience when I used to do recruitment too is that you interview great candidates. By the time you get to certify the list and interview, those great candidates have taken jobs elsewhere. So that's a problem. So with this conditional job offer or same-day job offer, it provides us an opportunity to actually immediately kind of let them know that we're interested in them working for us. We've been doing this for the last couple of years, and we've been able to hire 43 engineering associates using this method, and it's been quite successful, as a matter of fact. The bottom portion, it says combined certifications, and what that talks about is something that we try to do in the water system. We have many classifications that go across many divisions, and typically each division would do their own set of interviews. So, for example, if you're interviewing for a water utility worker, typically the way it would be is one division would do theirs, another division would do theirs. What we're doing now is combining them. So there'll be one set of interviews for all those divisions. What we found is that first, it can be a lot faster to process because you don't have different divisions doing their own interviews. The system, the process has been streamlined, so you have less people that need to provide support during the interview. But most importantly, too, what it does is that it allows us to also get deeper into the list. So how many people you can interview in the list depends on how many vacancies you have. So if you have one with 5 and one with 4, they can only get a certain port in the list. But if you combine it, now you have 9 vacancies, you have a lot more depth in reaching into the list and having more viable candidates. So it's more competition, which is always good, and that's what we're looking for. So these are some strategies that we've been implementing in the water system. As far as training programs, these are a couple of highlights of things that we do in the water system. The first one is the engineering associate training, and that is what's called a 5.30 program, and I will let the HR folks explain that better. But in essence, what it is a trainee program. Engineering associates come into the department as trainees, and that's a 2-year program. Once they complete the training program and they also pass the engineer in training examination, which is a state requirement, they go from an engineering 1 to an engineering 2 associate, right? So this is something that has been going on for quite a while, and for us in the water system, we presently have 98 engineering associate 1s in the water system, and that's out of a total of 460 engineering associates that I have throughout the water system. So you have 28% of all my engineers are basically within that training program right now. The next one is the maintenance and construction helper. This is a program, training program that was developed by the Water Distribution Division back in 1997, and it is run out of their Sylmar West facility, which is up just near the filtration plant. And this particular program, what we're trying to do here is to teach our maintenance and construction helpers, or MCHs as we call them, the principles of field safety, cutting and grinding pipe, working around heavy equipment, traffic control, excavation, etc. Most of our journey levels start as MCHs. So this is a feeder class for other classifications, such as a water utility worker or a water utility operator. So this is a very popular classification. It's also great for our UPCTs, because the UPCTs, after 6 months, they qualify to take the exam to become an MCH. So it's a great way to get employees into the department that way. And our plans in the next 10 years are to hire 290 MCHs throughout the water system. So we certainly have a lot of work ahead of us there. The water utility worker is another program in our water distribution division. And this one is where we teach our employees to install pipe, to operate and maintain our potable water system, and also distribution pipelines. We currently have almost 300 water utility workers in the water system, and they learn in this class things like pipe installation, fire hydrant installation, reading blueprints, fixing pipes and leaks. So this is basically the bulk of a lot of the employees in the water distribution. As you can see, our goal is to actually hire 330 in the next 10 years. The next training that we have here is our water treatment operators. And this is the class that I mentioned before when I talked about treatment facilities. Our treatment operators are highly, developed, highly educated, operators. This is administered, this program, by the Water Operations Division. These employees come in as trainees. And just to let you know, just to become in as a trainee, you have to have state certification. You have to have a treatment certification at level 2, we call that T2, and a distribution operator certification at a level 1. That's a requirement to come into this program. Consequently, a lot of employees that we hire as trainees come with extensive experience from other utilities. They come to DWP because they like the pay and the benefits and the challenge of having such a large system to maintain. And then we run them through the program. This program lasts anywhere between 12 and 18 months. At the completion of that, they become journey level operators. So this is a very challenging area here because of the level of education and training that's required. The last one that I have here is our utility microbiologist. And this is also one of those 5.30 programs. In other words, it's an official trainee program in the department. And it is not a very large classification, as you can see. We're gonna look into hire 3 because we only have a total of 8 right now. And for this one, employees come in as a utility microbiologist 1. It's a 2-year training period. And at the end, they qualify to take the principal analyst certification, which is required by the state of California Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. So it's a highly technical series that we train there. I also wanted to touch a little bit on some orientation work that we do for our employees. Because one thing that we found is, as we bring employees in, we want to make sure that they have the best chance to succeed. And the way to do that is to provide them with all the information as early as possible. So these are programs that were initiated in the water system. The first one, the Orientation 100. Basically what that is a 1-day course, and each division director presents to basically the auditorium full of people, and we talk about giving them a high-level view of what the water system does. This is one that we actually had to switch over to an online version because of COVID. So we actually developed a 6-hour video training for what we call Orientation 100. And I can tell you that they're extremely popular with staff. I think we already have 400 people signed up to take the online version of this training class. The Water System 101 class is a little more in depth. This is actually a 6-day class that we offer. It also includes, as part of the class, tours. We actually take them on in-city tours, and we show them and explain to them how the system actually works. We found it to be very valuable because many folks, depending on which division you work in, you may not have a chance to see certain facilities. You hear about them, you know the principle, you don't know how they work. So we go through that process with them here. So this is one that unfortunately, because of COVID, we've had to stop. But we expect to resume this particular training, the Orientation 101, as soon as the conditions allow. The last one on this sheet here is the webcast, and this is something I'm very proud of. So what this is a WebEx-based water system training that is actually done not by managers. This is done by staff. These are the experts in their respective areas. They will actually do a WebEx training and talk about their specific area that they're working on. We've actually had 25 sessions that we've done. We average around 156 employees in each session. We started doing this as a result of COVID. We wanted to make sure that our employees that were working remotely, whether the rotational work assignment or telecommuting, had an opportunity to stay engaged and be trained. So we developed these webcasts, and because they're so popular, we've continued doing it. Everybody keeps saying, we want to see more, because you get a really in-depth understanding of whatever is being discussed by that particular panelist. But what I love the most is that it's actually being driven by our employees. Staff is the one that's doing it. So it's great. The last thing I wanted to mention is, I know we talked about the training, but I also want to talk about mentoring. Water System is developing a mentoring program where we want to be able to mentor employees that are maybe at a supervisory level, perhaps about to make the jump from supervisor to manager. We're working right now with human resources on some details, because when it comes to mentoring, we need to make sure that the folks that are doing the mentoring are not conflicted now in participating in our interview process with the city. So we're working out the detail, but we're pretty close to getting it completed. Leadership development, we have been focusing on leadership development out in the field. Our water utility superintendents have received the benefit of getting significant training in water distribution to prepare them when they promote to water superintendents. My goal is to extend that to the entire water system, to all superintendents and field supervisors, so that they'll have the same opportunity to excel as superintendents. And that applies also to our engineers as well, that we want to train them. We recognize that because of attrition, we have seen the folks promoting a lot faster in their careers than maybe when I started 30 years ago, but we want to make sure that we give them every opportunity to succeed. I don't want them to set them up for failure. So we have this training that we're doing on leadership development. And the last thing is succession planning. Our goal is that we identify certain key positions in the water system, and we try to hire the person's replacement 6 to 9 months prior to the person leaving. That ensures that we have a seamless transition from the person retiring to the person that's taking on a new position. We've been pretty successful with this. We've done it at the highest level. For example, I had that benefit, but also the director level, manager level, and also out in the field with certain key positions that we have. So these have been pretty successful to us, and it's demonstrated by the fact that we can go from one person to the other, and we don't seem to skip a beat. So we're pretty proud of our accomplishments there. And that concludes my part. I believe now Brian Wilbur from the power system is going to come and do this portion.
Before Brian, I just had a couple of questions. First, I can't, my computer's queuing, so I can't see the slide that I was interested in, but the total number of employees that you have projected over the next 10 years, is that a net number, or is that a number inclusive of, are we just looking at your hiring projections as opposed to your staffing needs?
Are you referring to the number 504?
Yes.
That is not net, that is total.
Okay, so.
This year, right? This is only for this year, correct?
Well, okay, but then, I can't see the slide. So you sort of went through all of the projections for 10 years out for each of the classes that you provided?
Okay, yes, looking,
No,
where
I want to
it
go
says
to the
290.
presentation itself. Yes, so those numbers, are those numbers just what you expect to hire? They're not really net numbers. They don't have anything to do with your actual staffing levels.
These are not net numbers, no.
Okay, and Power System is a part of their series of presentations around LA 100 and just in general has been, indicated that they're working on, an integrated human resources plan. So I'm curious about the water system and the degree to which your workforce development efforts align with your programmatic needs over the next, 10, 20, 30 years, and what the gap, if any, there is, and where you are and where you need to be.
Okay, that's an excellent question, Commissioner. So you are going to hear a little later today about Operation Next. However, those numbers are not reflected in these here. We are estimating that for us to do Operation Next, did it freeze again?
No, go ahead, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm in prime gov, that's what's freezing out me. You're fine.
So what we're estimating is that for us to be able to do Operation Next, that requires around a few hundred full-time equivalents. Now, the key there is that doesn't necessarily mean that those are going to all translate into positions at LADWP. My expectation is that I'm going to have a balance between forced account or DWP employees and also consultants that are going to work hand in hand. Some of the work that we plan to do for Operation Next is highly specialized. It's not the kind of work that we typically do. So our expectation is that we will have some consultants provide support there. That analysis is going to be part of the master plan that we're developing for Operation Next. So we are just in the infancy of the master plan. We're actually solidifying the consultants that we're going to be used on that particular program. Our goal is by 2023, we are going to have our master plan developed.
Okay, so by 2023, you'll have a master plan.
Correct.
In the interim, just because as we as a department continue our own planning, I think it's going to be, it's important that we have alignment of workforce to actual goals and objectives in a way that's concrete that we can actually work against, because a huge part of the workforce development activity around the department, and I think the things that we've seen, and it comes up in every area, it's been an issue in technology, it's certainly an issue in power, and I can't imagine it's not an issue in water, that we have work plans that we are committed to, but not substantial, not the workforce capacity to actually carry it out. And we just need to get very centered around that issue and really have good strategies for addressing those issues. And I'm not sure that what we're seeing in terms of net new hires is sufficiently aligned to what we actually need to achieve as it relates to overall workforce development. So that's one. And then two, can you tell me, just curious, what the breakdown is, gender, men versus men, the gender breakdown in water?
Oh boy, off the top of my head, it's hard to tell. It depends on classifications. I will tell you that when it comes to our field staff, it is significantly male. We have a handful of female employees in the field. That is something that I'm working on trying to correct, Commissioner.
We've been trying to correct that for a long time.
I know we have.
Very interested
I can tell you what we're doing.
Yes, that would be
so
good.
Obviously, with Local 18 and management, we're working on a way to attract more women into the department. What I'm doing in the water system, one of my strategic priorities is to increase women in non-traditional jobs. So we have a committee that's been working on this. And what we identified is that, first of all, we did not want to be doing the same work that that the union and DWP were working on. We looked at it from a different perspective. There are a lot of employees in the department, female employees, that have an interest in working on the field. And what we found in having discussions with them is that the ones that are already in the field, the way they found out about the job was, oh, by the way, I happen to know somebody that knew about the job. So what we did, we engaged with a water treatment operator supervisor. We also engaged with an instrument mechanic supervisor, both of them female, and 2 other employees. And we talked about what would make sense. And what we decided is that we're going to focus in trying to inform our current employees in the department, female employees, about the opportunities that they have as females to work out in the field. The way that we're going to do that is with videos. Actually, we already spoke to Joe Romalo and his staff, and we're going to be producing, I think, at least 4 videos featuring these women who currently are working out in the field. And they're going to talk about the process to get into that area. I got to tell you, it was kind of great because when I had the meeting, I had all 4 of them there. We were talking. One of them is a treatment operator supervisor. Another employee that was there, she was studying because she wants to be a water treatment operator. She had no idea that we actually had a treatment operator supervisor that's female. So there was an immediate connection right there. And they kind of went, this is great. So the one commonality was that they had no idea how to get into that. It was coincidence. And what I'm trying to do is come up with something that's more strategic, where we can actually put the information out there so that they can see it. And we thought that videos was the easiest way to do it. You can look at it on your phone, you can look in your computer, people will get the information, and at the very least, it will allow them to ask the question, right, of, how, I think I want to become a treatment operator, an instrument mechanic. I know there's somebody, let me reach out to that person, but also when they go to HR, they have a much better understanding of the career path. That was the one singular thing that every single one of them told me when we talked. So that's something that we are doing in the water system that I believe is going to be coupled with the efforts by the whole department and Local 18 in addressing the issue of bringing more women into the department in those non-traditional roles.
Thank you. Are there any?
I have a question. Can you refer back to slide number 10, please?
Okay. This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this particular job, is this all underground? Is it all like in tunnels under the?
The work that is identified on the left side of the screen on the mainline replacement, yes, that is all underground mainline replacement work. the work identified on the right side on the treatment facilities,
Yes.
most of that work is above ground. These are actual facilities. For example, the UV plant, if you go to our Vanderbilt complex, you'll see a pretty large building just south of the reservoir. So that's above ground. However, there's piping work below ground. So most of the stuff you see on the right-hand side are above ground facilities.
All right. Do you find it more difficult to hire people who will be working underground?
That has not been an issue, no. No, we haven't seen that it's more difficult to hire people doing underground work. You know, most of these trenches, as you can tell from the picture, you can see the gentleman who's standing in the trench. It kind of gets to his chest level. So you're talking about excavations that are less than 5 feet. However, there are instances when, because of utilities, we are required to go a lot deeper. Or if you're installing trunk lines, that's a different story. Now you're probably 25 feet down. And that is basically the elite, if I could say that, the elite water distribution crews that do the trunk line work, because it's highly specialized. Everything is a lot bigger, including the trench. But we haven't had an issue in hiring folks. Most of the folks in water distribution, a lot of them would like to do trunk line work because they like the challenge. They recognize that it's one-of-a-kind work that honestly no other utility takes on themselves. Most utilities just hire a contractor. Our folks do it, and it's actually a sense of pride when they complete some of these major projects.
What do you mean it's a surprise?
No, a sense of pride. They're very proud of the work that they do.
I see, thank you, okay. But it seems to me it would be more dangerous to be in a trench.
Well, I think all jobs have a certain level of hazard, Commissioner. Our job as managers and as safety professionals is to ensure that the work they do, despite having hazards, all those hazards are mitigated. But for example, I can tell you that being underground has a certain level of hazard, but so does operating a treatment facility where you have dangerous chemicals like chlorine and things like that. So having a high level of safety awareness and safety training becomes important for any classification, any job that we perform at DWP out in the field.
Are they paid more? Is this classification paid more because there's more hazard in being underground?
Compared to other classifications, it depends. There are certain classifications, a lot of the operator classifications tend to pay a little more because it's not just the physical part of the job, but also as a training and education that you must have and license requirements that you must hold. But as far as the compensation, I can tell you that our water utility workers their compensation is very comparable to pretty much anybody around the Southern California area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Any other questions before we move on? All right, then thank you, Mr. Wilbur.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Wilbur. I'm the Deputy Senior Assistant General Manager for the Power System Construction, Maintenance, and Operations side.
Okay.
So I do want to address a little bit differently the way I presented this. This is specific more to the programs, the hiring programs for entry-level people coming in. I didn't go into too much depth on promotionals and things like that. I really wanted to concentrate on the hiring process coming into the department and the entry-level positions. So we have about three different ways that we hire from the outside into the power system. The 5.30 training programs that we affectionately refer to all the time. And I'll go into a little bit more depth on those. These are the temporary training positions. They're designated time to complete all aspects of these jobs, of these programs, and they require a practical or completion that's equivalent to what the civil service test would be. Our other craft training programs, those are our orientation programs. They're evaluated through the regular probationary process, like any other position coming in. They're not a training specific program, just an entry-level program that includes orientation, compliance training, specialized training for those positions. And then we have our exempt positions, which is our UPCT, our exempt electrical craft helper positions. Those are entry-level positions where they're hired right through Local 18 out of the hall. So specific back to the 5.30s, the majority of our programs in the power system are 5.30 training programs. This refers to the rule, the Board of Civil Service Commissioners Rule 5.30. And essentially it just states that the board may designate temporary training positions solely for the purpose of training for a limited period of time. So those time periods can be extended by the general manager for up to 6 months if they need be due to injuries, illnesses, or additional training that's needed in those programs. No person appointed to a temporary position under this rule shall be transferred to a permanent regular position in the same class unless their final general average is in the examination from which they were appointed would entitle them to. So essentially they have to take a practical to graduate into the upper level, journey level position, and then they would start a probationary process. There's no probationary process for 5.30s, it's just training evaluations in the program. So at the end of the program, it's a pass-fail, and they go into the journey level position, and then they go on a probationary process. So I kind of hit the major ones here, and this is reflective of where our major hiring is going to be based on our LA 100, our distribution enhancements, our PSRP. Those are the main concentrating drivers for the hiring process in here. So our new engineering training association, new engineering associate training program, the NEET program, and Alsamo has the same program on the water side. Ours is a little bit different on the power side. This is a 5.30. It's 2 to 3 years. You have to get an EIT in order to finish. We have our electrical, mechanical, and civil engineers. We had a bit of a hiccup this because of COVID. The lists are generally derived off our on-campus interviews that we do. We suspended on-campus interviews through COVID, so we didn't have that established class to pull from. So our goal here is to continue to go back to where we were on 3 classes a year, 30 people each, essentially picking up 90 engineers a year in this classification. It's 2 years before they graduate into that Associate 2 positions, and then they'll be dispersed. The new Engineering Associate Training Program is a rotating program, so they'll rotate around for their first 18 months. Their last 6 months in the program, they'll stay in one spot and then go into the journey level position, which is the Associate 2 position at that point. The other programs here, the Electric Distribution Mechanic Program, that's our lineman program. This is one of our biggest deficits that we have, is trying to fill those positions. You know, when we talk about our 5.30s, they involve both classroom training and field training for our field groups. The first question that's always comes up, why don't you just hire more, right? Just hire more people. If we were that short, we are 170 journeymen short in this classification. But the training and the amount of people that we hire in is completely predicated on our ability to train them in the field. If I have 50 crews, I can have 50 trainees. Right? So moving beyond that, they can't get a proper training. They won't complete that program. So all of these higher hazard positions, all of these 5.30s that have that training aspect run under that same issue, right? It's predicated on how many crews that we can train or how many trainees that we can get into that program and have effective training based on the amount of crews in the field. This is just a continuation. So we have 17 5.30 programs that we hire into. We have 2 more that we are converting into a 5.30. That's our line maintenance assistant and our tree surgeon assistants. So those will be coming to more of our 5.30 programs. Like I said, this is the backbone of what our training programs in and our entry-level positions are. A little more specific on where we're at as far as how many people we've hired into these. You can see what our graduation projections are compared to the amount of people coming in. A lot of our training programs, so our electric distribution mechanic program has about a 65% graduation rate. Our station operator is about a 45% graduation rate. These are very difficult, very technical programs. I think a lot of people that come in don't understand exactly what they're getting into, so our highest concentration is to get eligible candidates into the program and improve the quality of the people coming in by the prerequisites that they have coming in. It helps out a lot in their graduation percentages. If you look at here, active today, we have 403 in just these 6 programs. So overall, we have a little over 500 trainees in 5.30 training programs on the power system. So the other training programs that we have is like the UPCT program. I know you've all heard of the UPCT program. This is a program that's been around since 2011. We've hired over 400 people into this program, and we've promoted 227 of those 423. So if you look at the chart on here, I think the key point to this is a program where they come in and they are eligible for a multitude of other training programs. So many of these graduates go into the other 5.30 programs or into vacant positions that are just regular entry-level positions that they go on probation. But the success rate has been very well. 227 people have promoted into this. This is a program that is going to continue to move forward, and we want to increase the hiring numbers that we have and see if we can increase the success on this. The terminated file on there, the 63, that is not just terminated employees, that is also retiring and quit or have jobs in other locations that have moved on. So I left this short so I can answer any questions that you may have.
We're celebrating the Lineman Rodeo and the success of the department in that regard. And it's my understanding we have at this time not a single female lineman. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are we going to do about that?
There's a few roadblocks that we have, and that's one of the major issues that we have specific on targeting certain audiences. So we do a lot of recruiting, right? We can target female athletes. We can look at the high schools, and all of our efforts still require them to pass the civil service test. Right? Take the examination and be hired in through the civil service process. So we do have a rule in the civil service that promotional only tests or promotional or open tests, we go off the promotional list first, which means we hire promotional candidates or other city candidates. So a lot of our targeting efforts are, fail to succeed any successful candidates if we can't get to them. So part of that is working with, and this is something Michael can talk about, our working with.
We've talked about that a lot. And Marty, what is it that because it doesn't, it makes no sense for us to be out doing specific kinds of targeting, developing candidates that are otherwise good candidates if they're not going to be able to ultimately be extended a job because, they lose out to candidates that are promotional that have some special point boost or something.
Right. So we are working on that issue, and one of the things that we're going through is there are certain reasons not every class should be just open only because certainly there's a provision in civil service to provide city employee candidates, not just the department, other departments, recognition of their employment as a city and giving them a sort of a first cut at opportunities to promote. There are, in this particular area, the issue of providing access immediately to an open list, which it would include, Brian mentioned so the apprentices that come on. We have people that come on and work for us out of the hiring hall from the union that have great experience with us. And what we'd like to do is make sure that we have access to them on the civil service list immediately. So we are working through how to access those people, what kind of credit to recognize existing city employees so no one is harmed necessarily. So there's a level of fairness, whether it's recognition of years of service on their score, but not have to go to
just on the
first.
Fairness issue, I just want to just talk about that just a little bit, because if you have a situation where certain folks start way ahead, and then you start talking about being fair in a way that makes it difficult to make up ground for others who haven't been allowed to play at all. Right. All you're doing is baking in the cake the lack of equity and lack of fairness by the approach to it. So I just want to make sure that we are being really, really, really clear about our objectives here.
Yes.
We have, fewer than 30% women at the department in general. So that's
28% or so, yeah.
That's an issue. And it's an issue that Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS has been talking about for her entire tenure on the board. So there is a point at which we have to stop talking about it and we actually have to make progress against it. When we looked at our EEO numbers, one of the things that kind of jumped out was some trends related to female employees that wasn't terribly positive, and we haven't revisited that, but we just have to, start to become a whole lot more, cognizant of that issue. And in 2021, we can't be sitting here talking about the inability to get women in certain job classifications. It just can't be a thing that we are talking about, working on, planning, discussing, et cetera. We actually have to start showing some results. So, again, I've heard about this issue before. And I'd be interested in and will be looking for further discussion in January, because I'm really interested in when it's going to be resolved. And other barriers to both not just targeting women, but to successfully bringing women into these non-traditional jobs, how we overcome those barriers and achieve those outcomes with just, I'm going to be very unapologetic about that particular matter as it relates to opportunities for women at the department. We've got to get beyond support to, the stuff that that is the core of what we do. And also that rodeo just looks like so much fun. I mean, and given what I see with women in other areas, I mean, we can't think that women aren't strong enough, that women aren't smart enough, that women aren't determined enough. I mean, that's just clearly not the case. So we have got to be able to make these very, very lucrative, high-paying jobs that build the backbones of families available to women who are interested.
Yes. And in a lot of the events where we go, we'll recruit and we'll target in certain areas. But, the ability to be able to bring people in from the outside is also difficult. But like what Marty was saying specifically to that issue of promotional and open candidates, we target a lot for the open candidates. That includes our new courses that Michael was talking about, our introduction to electricity. It falls under that same category. Coming from the outside, you're gonna fall to people that are on the promotional list. So we've been successful in getting a lot of some of these craft programs to an open-only test, and everyone has that same opportunity. When I spoke about our lineman series, so our two most successful classifications are the electrical craft helpers that work here already in a civil service class, and our exempt electrical craft helpers, who are the exempt position. And the helpers fall under the promotional list. The exempts fall under the open list, and we end up hiring much more just based on that, where we don't always get down to the promotional list, down to the open list, excuse me.
So that's specifically what we're targeting, trying to resolve. And we've been working on the approach because there'll be some pushback from people who would have had maybe an advantage in the current system, a way to make it fair enough to them that we can proceed to access people who historically, by our numbers, have been much more successful. Part of the issue, like Brian pointed out, is the rate of graduation. We need to bring people in who are more likely to succeed and make it to the program. It's a long investment in someone to have them not finish the program. Yeah. And so it's important that and the people that have had work here as a exempt employee, which would be on an open list currently, have had a much higher success rate and know what the job is when they get into it. That doesn't necessarily deal with the women in non-traditional roles issue, but it does deal with the overall staffing and success issue, which is critical, and especially in the line ranks.
And I think that's what the important thing is to really target.
Jump in for a second?
Oh, Andy.
The voice from above. Literally above on a map.
Yeah. No, I think it's important that one of the real disadvantages that we have to work really hard with city personnel to overcome is the fact that, this year at the Lineman's Rodeo, there were a number of female trainees competing in this rodeo. And it was really exciting to see. And at this rodeo, we fall into a really distinct disadvantage, whether it's recruiting at the lineman colleges, the line person colleges, or going to the rodeos. I mean, PG&E and several utilities had booths recruiting at the rodeo. The one disadvantage where we have, when we go to, Northwest College to recruit the graduating classes, we're really strong in our presentation right up to the point where we tell them, you have to take a test and wait on a list when San Diego Gas and Electric or PG&E are there saying, conducting interviews and being able to offer them jobs on the spot. And I think that is one of the really big hurdles that we need to be able to overcome, to where we can go, we'll go to these recruiting events and they'll point out the top 5 to 10 candidates, right? You want this one, this person, this person, this person. And unless, we've been successful that with some in the area where we've recruited kids that have gone to the lineman college, but because of relationships within Water and Power, they just want to work for Water and Power. And I've had a bunch of kids that, kind of grew up in the neighborhood I lived in the last 20 years. So, but absent, them clearly knowing people and wanting to come to Water and Power, they can get jobs much quicker elsewhere and get started. And that's the one thing that we have to find a way, and we're working with Michael D'Andrea and his office and city personnel to overcome, because it's the same as recruiting from people retiring from another utility, right? We want to hire them as superintendents. Well, the opportunities are there. If I tell them, look, I want you to come work for us, but you need to take our superintendent's test and our manager list and then get on a list. Well, by the time that all happens, any other utility, if they're qualified, is going to come snap them up. And so that's the biggest hurdle that we need to overcome. I think we're making strides internally, and I think I think IBW for the most part is on board with open lists. We're still continuing to negotiate that. We're still continuing to negotiate with IBW on how we build more crews internally by staffing a little bit differently and stuff. So I think we're going to make progress there, and we can build more crews. We can hire more trainees. But I think, it's tough to really go recruit, like you said before, and then Brian stated, to go recruit when the reality is people don't end up with jobs. Then it just makes us look worse. So I think we really need to expedite that. And, I'll be working hard on that in the new role I'll be assuming here someday. And like I said, working with Brian and Rico in the power system to get this done. So I think we can do it. I think we can do it effectively. We just have to work hard and keep at it constantly.
Right. And so where we are in that is, as Anselmo talked about, same-day job interviews for engineers, where the college education and the interview process has been deemed to qualify as your civil service exam. Mm-hmm. So what we need to do is replace the existing onboarding civil service exam with something that we find through a lineman college certificate, some kind of qualification and a judgment. So when we're able to put together or finish our proposal of what that would look like, then we can get the city to recognize that is same as what we do through a civil service test. And once that can replace the civil service test, we've also talked the same kind of thing on IT ranks, maybe in the past before Mark got here, trying to find ways to get kids right out of college rather than have them chance to go get another job and then try to recruit them away through the civil service process. But trying to recognize this alternate path as a test. We do it for linemen who come in who are already journey level. They do a qualifying exam, and that counts as their exam. So finding an alternative way to test folks so we can make the on-the-spot job interview would be a huge factor in solving this. So that's what we're working on, and we have to propose something that passes a straight-face test, that this is the same as what we would do go through a civil service process. In reality, if people are out there performing the work, they've been to lineman college, it's probably the same or better than going through the process. It's just a change of process, so we're working through those details.
And the last piece that I wanted to add is, what I said about in this particular case, for this lineman position, right, our best successful candidates are the electrical craft helpers and the exempt electrical craft helpers. And it's not necessarily targeting women to be the lineman position, but to get into those entry-level positions so they have the exposure, right? A lot of people don't know what this job entails until they get into the department and they see exactly what it is. So getting more women into those other roles as the helper positions, as the assistants, to be able to come in, then they're exposed more, right? And then we have a better chance of being able to recruit them into those positions.
Any questions from commissioners?
In general, first of all, is there a language barrier in any of this, or, are the courses, some of the courses bilingual? If young people arriving from other countries who are, become citizens, and some of the coursework is technical, the question that has always, crept up for me is, how do people find out about these opportunities? And I know that DWP does reach out during different environmental events, festivities. There's always ways of reaching out. In my own little Boyle Heights area, I've asked around, like, some of the during the COVID, basically churches or even the soccer programs, and not too many people knew about them. I did, to be fair, go once to, I frequent a restaurant in the Arts District, and I asked, when it opened back up, I asked the waiter how he was doing and how had it been treated nicely, and he said, yeah, they treated us okay, but guess what? I finished my course with a trade tech, and I'm in at DWP, and he had no idea that I was at all involved. So I just think it's these programs are really important, and making sure that people really know that, that everybody needs to be optimistic at this point about the future. So you were going to say something.
Yeah, Commissioner, we do, of course, promote this classification and all others through the Personnel Department website, but more importantly to your question, we also promote it through LAUSD. All active bulletins are sent to our central liaison at LAUSD, and they send them out to several locations throughout the district. We also promote it with our LAUSD interns who are here, both in the field and in the office, and they share it with colleagues and family and so forth.
And as we develop the function in the DEI office under Monique, one of the key roles in that office is to reach further out into the community, particularly communities that are traditionally underserved. And it's not just to outreach where opportunities to contract with us or do business or support the community, but also opportunities for jobs and job awareness. So that is something that we've had traditional ways we've done this, but we were going to target that more with the new DEI office.
That's wonderful. And community colleges, as you know, they're growing dramatically, and there's also some great funding for the growth of those campuses. So I think it would be really important for those
Yeah, we can promote more of the colleges. We do a lot with Trade Tech, and we do have contracts with all the community colleges in the area. And so at some level, they're aware of us because we work with them on certain course offerings and certain courses, like for water treatment operators, certain colleges do those, so they're very aware of the jobs. But we probably can do more outreach with all the community colleges just in general, besides, because we did poke in with all of them at some level, but we should probably canvas them better with the whole offering.
And it does expand beyond, our boundaries at some point, but it's still worthwhile doing.
Right, and we do have, of course, the Northwest Lineman College up north, where we recruit quite often. But we also have a program right here at LA Trade Tech, our Power Line program, which has a climbing component. And we'd like to look into the possibility, as Brian and Marty were saying, of perhaps having same-day job offers. We're working with the Personnel Department on emphasizing our program right here in LA.
And can we get past looking into and just like have a goal for we will have that accomplished by. Because again, if we have a target, if we decide that we want to get something done and we, name it, date it, and then drive toward it, then we're going to get it done. If we're just looking into it or thinking about it, or we think it might be a good idea, or we're exploring, we'll be in this room a year from now having the same conversation, and it just doesn't get done.
Understood, President. And we, several years ago, we changed the electrical mechanic program from open and promotional to open only. We persuaded the personnel department that we weren't getting the kind of skills and knowledges from city candidates. We are in the process right now of doing the exact same thing with underground distribution mechanic, and we are discussing doing it with, as Brian indicated, with our line series.
By the end of the year, we'll have together a proposal from us as to what an alternate test would look like. So now the process, because it may involve negotiating with other city unions on behalf of the personnel department, that'll be a little out of our control, but we'll have our plans together as to what we think an alternative test could look like that would allow us to do that. There was actually, the city was in the process of doing an ordinance right before COVID to actually accept, for example, a cement finishing class at a local JC as the civil service test. And the people complete that as a civil service test. And that was in response to street services needing cement finishers for all the sidewalk work. And so I think that fell victim to COVID and closure, but it was ready to be enacted, to be recognized. Exactly that. You say you go to class, you go to college, you get a degree, you graduate successfully. Just like getting an engineering degree, that counts as qualifying you as needing to being ready to hire. So that's what we're heading toward in this particular area.
No, and I think it's so critically important because the expectations of this department are immense, as we all know, in terms of both LA 100. We're going to have a presentation Operation Next. And I'm not even going to put you on the spot at this moment, Brian, to talk about the degree to which our current work plans and future work plans and our workforce are aligned. I mean, I know there's a huge gap. We can barely keep up with what what we have on task to do on an annual basis. So when we layer the new business, on top of that, we are significantly understaffed. So we're going to have to, send up a very bright, very high red emergency flare, letting the city know that unless we can get some relief and some, more streamlined process that is consistent with the principles of civil service, but may show up differently as it relates to hiring, we're not going to be able to do it. We can't just keep sitting in this space. And we can't move at the pace of government because we are not, our program is not, moving at the pace of government. Assuming that we achieve it, we will be moving at the pace of the most innovative private companies in the world in order to achieve it. So we have to just do and think and press and make it clear that all of the press conferences in the world will not achieve our objectives. We've got to hire people, we've got to get them deployed, and we've got to do a few other things around our capacity to fund, but we've just got to get moving, and we've got to get moving now. So appreciate this presentation. Any other questions from commissioners before we move to Aaron's portion?
Thank you. Very thorough presentations. Incredibly informative.
Yeah, and Aaron Henning has a final piece which is a little different flavor on this, but also does talk to how we leverage some of our work in contracting to help create jobs locally in the community.
I do want to say one other thing, and I know that Commissioner Lehrer's been sort of frustrated with this. She's voiced it before. I typically don't say anything about it, but I'm often in the same boat. When I'm talking to someone and they say, oh, how do I learn about, where do I go? Who do I talk to? We have all of these various training programs, et cetera, but I don't know how you tell a person to start. Where do you go to do the thing, to learn what you have to do to be eligible for a training program. And I just went to our website to see if it's laid out there, and it's not. And so, the folks who work here, who kind of live in this space, it seems very transparent to you. But if you're outside of this space, and I've been on the board for 3+ years, it's still very opaque to me. I don't know what to say. So as part of the DE&I office, it might be useful for there to be something that's a little more clear about, the colleges, or sort of where's, like, I don't know where to go to get into Lyman School. And it would be useful to know that you need this certificate or that certificate before you can even be eligible for this program or that program, and this is where you go to get that certificate. And there is no one place that you can just look all that stuff up that I'm aware of.
And the department has been, over time, incredibly successful at messaging. I know Save the Drop with the mayors, but I know the graphics people who've done work for you too. And there is a way of digitally messaging all of this, and it's just, and putting it in bus stops or charging stations, and just getting the message out there so more people know. Everybody benefits in the end, right? And if you know Steve Veras, he's like, I think the president now of the community college board. So I think he would be very open, if you're not in contact, just to see how they could get the message out.
All right, Erin.
Thank you so much. I'm Erin Henning. I'm the Director of Supply Chain Services. And we've talked a lot about all the hiring going on internal to LADWP, but I just wanted to bring up a little extra thing that we are working on and that is in place, because I think it's bigger than DWP. This is a community effort in order to move the needle on workforce development. And so that's project labor agreements. And project labor agreements are really a pre-hire labor contract with LADWP, the prime contractor, as well as all the external building trade unions. So we come to an agreement in advance to make sure that we can expeditiously and efficiently do construction projects for LADWP. And this also eliminates any controversies that may go on. I know there's a lot of information in the news right now with various unions are striking, and so this has specific clauses and outlines those items so that the project can continue to its successful completion. So LADWP does have a multi-project project labor agreement. It was signed in the end of 2019. It went into effect in 2020. And some of the things I just wanted to bring forward to you is inside that project labor agreement, there is a 30% project hours must be performed by city residents. In addition, 50% of the hours have to be apprentice hours performed by city residents. And lastly, 10% of the project hours are for transitional employees. That is baked in that project labor agreement, and it is tracked and monitored.
Could you define what a transitional worker is?
Yes, so that is typically those persons that have difficult time getting hired. They are formerly incarcerated, perhaps had a drug addiction, homelessness, disadvantaged youth. And so those are specifically called out in the project labor agreement as a special class in that agreement. And the projects that were identified are all water projects that I have listed here, which is, mainline trunk line, the Fairmont sedimentation plant, Mid-Valley facilities, the Western District Yard, the Water Quality Lab, Owens Lake Master Project, and the Hoover District Yard. And in addition to this, there's still a requirement to negotiate with our internal unions, and that follows the same process before it comes to you with a notice of compliance. And besides this one, this is in theory as to how it would work. I don't know that you've seen any of these projects come forward, which they are expected My understanding is the beginning of 2022. But we do have one that is actually in practice right now. That is a specific project labor agreement. And so I wanted to bring my partner, Steve Cole, from the water system to talk about that specific one that is actually running right now and what they are achieving.
Great. Thank you very much, Erin. Appreciate it. And if we can advance the next slide. Thank you. I kind of want to go through this slide a little bit and listening to the commissioners, kind of some of the interests that you had on DWP's hiring and kind of how the outreach is going. This is an example of, on the private side, Kiewit Pacific is our contractor for the design, our big first design build project in the water system. And that's the San Fernando Groundwater Remediation Project. And so some of the ways that Kiewit, they have a dedicated outreach person, Tanya Stukes. And the way that they reach out is they do some collaboration with different workforce centers and pre-apprenticeship programs. And I kind of wanted to break down some of these because it might be of interest to the commission. On the workforce center side, you have Goodwill Pacoima and the Watts LA Workforce Center. And then doing multi-craft core curriculum pre-apprenticeship programs, which are typically 6 to 8 week courses that provide safety and basic construction instruction and some hands-on introduction. That's Hire LAX. And Hire LAX is also a youth program. It's for 18 to 24-year-olds. Winter stands for Women in Non-Traditional Employment Roles, for hiring females in non-traditional roles. Career Expansion targets disadvantaged groups for construction careers. And so that's the multi-craft core pre-apprenticeship program. Then I want to touch base on what Kiewit's doing for their carpenter pre-apprenticeship program. They have Brothers Keeper, which targets disadvantaged groups. And then Stars and Stripes, that was the military veterans. That also applies to transitional hires. Military veterans falls under that category also. And then in terms of nonprofit networks and support services for formerly incarcerated individuals, we have the ARC program, which is the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And then we also have the Second Call for Second Chances program. Other ways that Kiewit's reaching out is through trade union partners. They have connections to union reps and business managers, dispatch managers, and apprentice coordinators. Word-of-mouth referrals through their current workforce and other projects that they're working on, and also with industry peers. And then job site screenings, which is kind of interesting, kind of neat. So if anybody shows up to a construction site location, they actually have a log, they sign the person in, they get all the contact information, and then they're able to screen them out and see if they can get them connected to some of these different groups. Now, pre-COVID, a lot of the stuff was done in person. There were lots of opportunities to attend job events and job fairs and meet with workforce center clients and pre-apprenticeship program graduates. But obviously that's changed now with COVID. A lot of the stuff is done through Zoom meetings. And also they're still relying on past partnerships, relationships that they've had to make introductions for these local and transitional worker prospects. They also have a dedicated email address just for this type of correspondence, a job-seeking email. And so I wanted to kind of highlight that on this slide. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a dashboard. It's an ongoing dashboard that we use on our side, DWP side, to track Kiewit's progress. Kiewit gives us this information. And basically, they have 3 goals that Erin had mentioned. There's actually 4 shown here. One of them is a state goal, the apprentice goal. But the local hours, we're at about 37% on that out of a 30% goal. So we're exceeding that. And then the local apprentice hire, we're at about 70% of a 50% goal. So we're exceeding that one. And the only one that we're having some challenges on is the transitional worker goal. And transitional hours right now, we're at about 7% out of our 10% goal. So overall, we're pretty happy with the results. We're exceeding by 20 to 40% on 2 of the goals. We're a little bit under on 1 of the goals. But I talked to our Kiewit folks and the Kiewit outreach group. We feel pretty confident that we're going to make our targets and exceed the targets. And the reason I say that is right now we're at about a quarter of the hours burned up on the project. So we still have 3/4 of the hours left and a significant amount of work. Kiewit's also not only doing this just for themselves as a prime, but they're pushing this program to all of their subcontractors. So it's really a great effort, and I'm very confident that we're going to meet all of our goals on this. So that concludes my report. Any questions?
So can I just comment on this real quick? I apologize. One of the things we've talked about is we have our reach in terms of hiring people, but we know we want our reach to be further, especially because we contract out, large sums of money. And so this is a specific example of where we're trying to change how that impacts the communities that we serve. So anyway, I appreciate you including this part, Commissioner Project.
Yeah, my question is regarding your slide number 24, the one prior to this.
Yes.
I don't see anywhere that you are communicating with neighborhood councils in these areas.
In terms of recruitment with neighborhood councils?
In terms of what they would like done, and in terms of recruitment, anything else that you would?
It's a good suggestion. Maybe it's something I can bring up to Kiewit in terms of communicating with the neighborhood council or giving them some flyers or information. That's actually a very good suggestion.
Yeah, because they're very concerned about the groundwater remediation in their areas, Sunland, Tahunga.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can take that up to Tanya Stooks and ask her if she can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and is the department independent of Kiewit communicating with neighborhood councils on these issues? I would think that would come primarily from us.
Yes, and we communicate to the neighborhood council typically on construction matters or things that are actually going on with the contract. In terms of recruitment, this is more for for Kiewit's recruitment of in these different categories. But even that, like I said, could be something that we do through DWP in partnership with Kiewit.
And I think to the commissioner's concern, it sounds like, given the importance of this project to members of neighborhood councils, particularly out in the valley, making sure that is something that's on our agenda as we are thinking about our communication strategy, and updating them on this project would be desirable. Is that right, Commissioner?
Yes,
Berard?
exactly.
Right. Very good. But yeah, as you can see on the dashboard there, for next slide, please. Or yeah, right there. It's really hard to see, but there's North Hollywood and Tahunga recruitment, local recruitment, and some of the hours that are listed there, the two columns. And just to kind of give an idea, so we are doing local hires. Kiewit's doing local hires. So
I guess I would be interested in understanding what the hours translate to in terms of actual payroll. And also, to have a better understanding of the breakdown between, because I know that we do a lot of, this is a very large project. A lot of that project is going to be materials and equipment and things of that nature. And then there's a portion of it is actual construction payroll. So I'm just, hours are terrific, but I'm also interested in understanding what we're moving into the local economy via this kind of work.
Sure, and it's about 640,000 hours roughly, somewhere around there, I think is my guesstimate. But I can get you additional information on that too. Work with you.
Any other questions or comments on this item?
No, I think I think that a lot of nonprofits and community groups rely on this kind of investment in the community and participating in outreach efforts and such. So I think it's really, I think this is a helpful document in understanding the goals and how they're getting there. So yeah, very helpful.
And Commissioner, your point about how we advertise this and tell people about it is very well taken. And so it doesn't do us much good to have a lot of great efforts that nobody knows about how to access. Yes. So that is definitely on our radar screen to improve that and to make sure that people know what we're doing, because this will be the beginning of a number of projects that have these kind of opportunities as well as our own hiring opportunities. So
I would be interested in understanding how this is extending through their subs. If we could make sure that we both have that data being tracked and access to that data, that would be very helpful. And look forward to.
This includes the sub, so this
this
data
does
actually
include
does
subs.
include all
Okay,
of
so
that,
this
yes.
is all rolled up. Okay,
Comprehensive.
great. Well, I look forward to reports on the 7 projects that are coming up. Any questions, comments? Okay, well then, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aaron, while you're sitting at the table, you are the presenter on our 3rd report, correct?
Correct.
Is that something that we can do now? I assume that's not a very long presentation. Then we can take a break before we hear from Operation Next.
Sure, if you'd like to do that.
Okay, if we could move to item, I don't have it in front of me, but
It's I3, I3, I3.
Oh, I3, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Reggie. So we wanted to come back and just give you an update on what we've been working on for what we discussed at the last meeting on raising the general manager's contracting authority. So I have been meeting with the city attorney's office, the ratepayer advocate's office, and some of the utility peers. And we believe that the recommendation we want to come forward with is increasing the general manager's authority to $10 million and up to 3 years in durations across all contracts. It is currently at $5 million for 3 years for materials and goods, and $150,000 for personal services.
Okay.
So the plan is that Supply Chain Services is taking the lead on drafting the board letter and resolution. The city attorney's office has volunteered, or I assigned them to draft the ordinance. And like I said, I've been to discussions with the ratepayer advocate's office on appropriate contracting levels and what they're seeing in various surveys that they've participated in. And then Supply Chain Services will take the lead with our Legislative and Governmental Affairs office and the mayor's office to do an ED4 report and review. And then lastly, it'll come to the board for approval and then to city council for final consideration. This is a little unorthodox because most ordinances start at city council and get assigned to the city attorney to write. But we think this plan and approach will be expedite the process because we're more in control of how quickly we can get to city council with a draft recommendation.
And, oh, I'm sorry, good, next steps.
I knew you would ask. So, with that said, so my commitment is that we will finalize the board letter and resolution by December the 1st. It is already circulating in draft form. That the city attorney has agreed to finish that draft ordinance by December the 10th. We will get it to the general manager to review and sign by the 13th of December, and then over to the mayor's office by the 17th. And then hopefully from there, we will have a better timeline. Our hope is to ask the mayor's office for a 30-day review, but that's where it becomes out of our control.
Thank you. I appreciate the update on this item. Are there any questions?
Just want to share my appreciation as well. Thank you.
Mine is a hypothetical. If the mayor is in India in December, then you're just, whatever mayor is in office, that's where you'll direct this for review. Is that correct?
Correct. The mayor's office and the CAO's office will take it under review.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
So it is 12:25. We have a major item for consideration or for presentation from the water system. Are we good with moving forward, or is a break in order?
Break.
All right. So if we could be back at, say, a quarter, so now I'm negotiating, 1:45 or 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
That's a long time.
I'm concerned about keeping a quorum in place. So if we come back at 1:45, I think that we will have a better opportunity to make sure that our meeting is concluded. Is the water presentation more than 45 minutes, Anselmo?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So about how long is that presentation?
I'm not certain. I can get back to you, but it's not 45 minutes. I think from here. Probably more like 20
maybe? I think, yeah.
Okay. Then I know that we do want to, there are likely to be questions, so why don't we break until 12:45 and we'll be back in session at that point.
Commissioner, 20 minutes maximum.
20 maximum?
20 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, hold on. If it's a 20-minute presentation, if we just take a quick 10-minute break, does that work?
Yeah.
10 minutes? Is that what you said?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not very much.
Well, and then we'll have a separate break before we go into closed session. So just for open session, why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll be back at 12:35, and then we will get through the last couple of items in open session and go into closed session. Okay? All right, thank you.
We are in recess.
Please remain silent while all mics are turned off. Thank you.
Are we recording?
What does NEXT?
Is Eric still working for John?
Yeah,
What does NEXT?
That's okay, we have a quorum. Are we recording?
NEST. Oh, next.
Next, what does next?
Oh, it's whatever you can imagine it to be.
Yeah, that's. Reggie, can you please confirm if
Madam President, we are recording.
Thank you. I will now take roll. President McCLAIN-HILL.
Present.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS.
Present.
Commissioner LEHRER.
Present.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
We have a quorum.
Yes.
Mr. Brevich, are there any magic words that you need to speak before we continue, or can we just
They have been spoken, yeah, we're good.
We're good. Okay, terrific. We are back in session, and next up is the report from the water system on Operation Next. Sir, introduce yourself, please, and begin.
Good afternoon, President McCLAIN-HILL and Board Commissioners. I am Rafael Villegas, and I am the Program Manager for Operation Next. And thank you for the opportunity to present on the Operation Next Water Supply Program. And what you'll see from this presentation is that this is truly a transformative initiative. And moving on to the second slide here. Here's a broad overview of our program steering. I last presented this program to this board about 3 years ago, and today I hope to take you behind the curtain to see how the program has evolved since its inception. We are still in the conceptual phase. but we do have several major milestones that we've hit. Our program charter was completed and signed by our former senior assistant general manager, Richard Harisick. And more recently, we considered a compelling recommendation for the Operation Next team to develop a master plan. And the master plan will move in parallel with our programmatic CEQA, which we launched back in March. And finally, in terms of resource management, the Operation Next team has grown from a team of 4 to 11. So this highlights the importance that the water system has placed on continuing to move this initiative forward. So jumping into our agenda here, I'm going to quickly, this presentation is dense, so I'm going to try and speak quickly to accommodate for time, but I'm going to go over our water supply overview, our scope, program goals and considerations, resource management, cost and schedule management, outreach, and then we can get into the discussion. So with that, let's jump into our water supply overview. So many of you are already very familiar with this slide, so I won't spend too much time on it, but just the one takeaway that I wanted to show is that, as you know, we have 3 major aqueducts that bring upwards of 90% of our water supply to the city, and these systems are currently experiencing strain due to various factors, including increasing effects of climate change and population growth. And if trends continue, what we see is that you're going to see increased strains on these systems. So the city is made a commitment to look locally and be more efficient with the water that we do have. Now, the 3 main goals for the program are reliability, sustainability, and resilience. And the pie charts above illustrate this strategy. And on the left, it shows the average demand over the last 5 years. And again, you'll notice that our imported supplies make up about 90% of our water source. And our annual demand, I did want to flag this number in the red on the top left, about 500,000 acre feet is our annual demand. And if you mind committing that to memory, because I'm going to reference it a couple of times during the presentation. The pie chart on the left shows where we want to go. So more local supplies resulting in further diversification of our water supply portfolio with the long-term goal of 70% locally sourced water. So this slide illustrates the water system's broad and multifaceted approach to local water supply development. Over the last decade, we've undertaken targeted planning efforts in the areas of recycled water, stormwater, conservation, and groundwater, and all of those are shown here. And each of these actually went through their own public process and eventually have informed the last 2 urban water management plans. So jumping into the scope here. So the scope for this program is truly transformational, and it will impact every council district in Los Angeles. And Operation Next, their goal will be to maximize the available purified recycled water from the Hyperion Water Reclamation Facility. And this will create a new sustainable source by leveraging the available storage capacity within our groundwater basins. And this is akin to a 3rd aqueduct. So what does this look like? So in addition to the work being done at Hyperion, this is going to be one of the largest recycled water programs that this country has seen. So an immense amount of infrastructure is going to be required. So at this point, we've estimated upwards of 30 plus capital projects, again, starting with the conversion at Hyperion, but then outside of the fence line, that's actually where most of the work is going to occur. So we have 4 major pump stations. We're going to need associated storage. We're going to need trunk lines, well fields, groundwater treatments, and even within the distribution system, we're going to require system improvements so that the distribution system can accept those flows in areas that we pre-select where we know that demands exist. So given the size of Operation Next, we have to think about how the city can drink down the amount of water that we're going to get. And you saw it's about 243,000 acre feet a year, which if you compare it in today's numbers, it's about a little less than half of what we currently use. So it is a substantial amount of water. And we're going to be receiving block or constant flow from Hyperion. So in order to properly manage those flows, we need to have a system in place to modulate those flows to accommodate for not only the diurnal fluctuations, but also seasonal fluctuations in flow. So if you can imagine the concept of buckets to store water and make available during peak demand times.
You have to speak more slowly.
I'm sorry?
I said you have to speak more slowly.
I'm sorry, I was trying to keep up with time. Sorry. Okay, I'll slow down a little bit.
Just a little bit. I'm trying to keep up with your slides and your voice and all of the information, and you are just ramming right through it, which is terrific, but.
I'm a fast talker, so
I'm trying to get reoriented to water. I can kind of keep up with power now, but this is, I've got to get my water piece together, so.
I might use the whole 20 minutes instead of the 15 I had planned. All right, so you'll notice Hyperion on the bottom left and El Segundo of the map there. And this is where all the advanced treated recycled water for the program will be produced and represents the start of the program. And also on the top of the map, you'll notice the Los Angeles Aqueduct Filtration Plant. And that's the northern part of the city in Sylmar and represents the start of LADWP's system in terms of where the water comes into the city. And from this point in our system, we can service 70% of our customers. And it also represents a destination for the new water supply. So essentially, we have to connect the two. And so these next slides are going to discuss how we get there. So the first bucket, so I talked about the concept of buckets and in order to be able to modulate the flows, the first bucket focuses on providing replenishment supply to the West Coast groundwater basin. And we'll be doing this with a partnership with the Water Replenishment District through their regional brackish water reclamation program. So that's illustrated there by the hexagon on the bottom of the page. And this bucket specifically will create a new water supply for the Harbor District. The second bucket will be to provide replenishment supply to the Central Basin. And that's the area that just populated on the screen. And this will be done through injection and then eventually extraction. And this, again, will create a new water supply for the central part of the city, south of the Santa Monica Mountains. And once the groundwater is extracted and treated, it will be conveyed north to the potable distribution system. And that's reflected there by the blue line and the red triangle right in the middle of the map there. Now, you just saw 3 lines populate going northward, and those 3 lines represent potential alignments for our backbone system to get to the San Fernando Valley. And that's really our strategic priority, is to get to the Los Angeles Aqueduct Filtration Plant. But on the way there, we have a third bucket, which would focus on replenishment of the San Fernando groundwater basin through injection and spreading as well, and then putting in the necessary infrastructure to be able to extract that water. And for all of these replenishment concepts, once the water's in the ground, you can store it for future need, or you can pump it up at any time, and it becomes part of our groundwater supplies into our distribution system. Now, the fourth bucket, again, this is our strategic priority, focuses on direct potable reuse at the Los Angeles Aqueduct Filtration Plant. And we estimate that this is where about 80% of the flow from Hyperion will be managed, and is why it's our strategic priority. A fifth bucket also represents an opportunity for potential water exchange with the Metropolitan Water District at their adjacent Jensen Water Treatment Plant. So they're literally a stone throw away from the LA Aqueduct filtration plant.
So I have a question. All of the dotted lines, does that represent infrastructure that has to be built? Or yes. Is that infrastructure? So that's all infrastructure that today doesn't exist and that has to be built.
That's correct. And they represent alternatives. So we have to get to the valley. You see 3 routes to get to the valley. So eventually we'll just pick one. Whichever one comes up through our analysis becomes the most beneficial, provides you the most operational flexibility, ability to store water, cost is a factor. So looking at those things and also ease of permitting and so forth, we're looking at, we're going to be studying these and weighing them against each other, and then we'll select an appropriate route. And I'll get into the master planning discussion a little bit later, but it's essentially, to date, we've sort of came up with a couple of different alternatives to consider to give us a ballpark idea of the scale of what we're looking at for the program.
And so via this particular effort, we would be maximizing storage, so replenishing groundwater storage plus?
Correct. So that's part of our overarching strategy, is where initially, as we move away from Hyperion, the West Coast and Central Basin are really our only buckets. You can't really do a pipe to pipe. Our only buckets are putting the water in the ground. And then the water does some remediation, or you get a certain amount of detention time in the ground, and then you're allowed to pump it up. And when you get to the San Fernando Valley, the same thing. In terms of the direct potable reuse regulations, they don't currently exist, and they're being developed as we speak. But we expect that we should be able to do some sort of blend with our raw water supplies that come in, and that's where the LA Aqueduct filtration plant comes in, because then you don't have to put the water in the ground, let it sit, and then extract. You just go directly, and then you blend it with your supplies. But this is going to be highly purified, recycled water, so it's going to go through the most rigorous technologies out there to ensure that we have the appropriate water quality.
Can I ask you to please point to the number 2 and the number 1, like West Coast? Where's the West Coast basin you were going?
So
I
West
see.
Coast,
I see the green. It's the green, right?
Let me back up here. So this one here is the West Coast basin.
Okay.
And then this one, the green one, the lighter green is the Central Basin. So this is all areas south of the Santa Monica Mountains.
Yes.
And then the San Fernando Basin just populated there.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So then we discussed the LA Aqueduct filtration plant. And the last line that just populated, let me back up here a second. So the black line that just populated that you saw going east, that represents partnering again with the Metropolitan Water District to provide water to their regional recycled water program as well. So they're undertaking essentially a similar size program as we're doing at Hyperion, but they're partnering with LA County Sanitation District at the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant in Carson. Their equivalent of their backbone system is going to go east and then north up the San Gabriel River or thereabouts. And essentially, we thought, okay, if we're looking at buckets, this can help us connect with their system. And then it will be a could be a two-way pipeline where we take some of their water and send it to the valley, or they take some of our water and we work out an exchange. But essentially, it provides us more operational flexibility if ever again we have major a year we have a major snowpack where we can't take all of the water at the LA Aqueduct filtration plant.
And these various systems, so the obviously the infrastructure moving from Hyperion up through and to our aqueduct, and the infrastructure I would imagine going to MWD. Well, let me not imagine anything. The blue, pink, sort of brown, purple, red lines, I assume represents work that would be contracted by, performed by, controlled by DWP. There's work at Hyperion that has to be done. I assume that is a Hyperion project. That's not DWP, so they've got improvements at Hyperion that have to take place that sanitation's overseeing.
Sanitation will be responsible for the conversion of the Hyperion water reclamation plant to an advanced treatment facility. But with that, I do want to qualify that this is a water supply project, so under the city charter, that is purview of LA Water and Power to fund. So we're working hand in hand with them on how they undertake that conversion and develop a robust strategy, because depending on sort of operational needs, there may be times where they may need to produce more or less. And so we're partnering with them. We meet regularly with them on sort of their strategies and try to come up with something cohesive on how we plan this whole thing out, so that as they convert their facility and they're ready to produce a certain amount of water, that we have pipeline in the ground ready to accept that water. So you do have to align the two programs, which theirs is Hyperion 2035, essentially opposite sides of the same coin. As they're producing the water and we're conveying it and distributing it throughout the city.
Okay, and then this black line to MWD, is that something that we would be overseeing the development of? Is that something that we would be working with MWD on? I'm just trying to understand how many partners we have and the role that other institutions are playing in the overall development of this particular effort.
So this one would be potentially, it's going to depend on how, what kind of arrangement we figure out. We just thought it adds another bucket for us, and it would be something that, because it's connecting with their system, we would have to work hand in hand with them on how this pipeline is built and ensure that it meets not only our needs but their needs as well. And in terms of exchanges, or if we sell the water or whatever arrangements we come, maybe there's a third party that's in there as well. That's left. We kind of put this towards the end because the strategic priority is to go north, but it is discussions that we need to have with these other agencies, and it's not, at least in initial discussions, things that have been outright dismissed. So we're like, okay, we'll put it on the table, and when the time comes, we'll start having discussions on how the logistics of these particular segments will work.
Okay, thank you.
Before I leave this slide, I do want to circle back to the...
Hold on, I wondered, Nicole, did you have questions?
Yeah, I have a whole bunch, but if you want to just finish your thought on that, I have a lot of questions.
I thought you might.
Yeah. Let me let it rip, and then we can go from there. So the first one is WRD. I lost audio, so for when you were talking about West Coast and Centrals, but I was following visually. I may have said this, but I missed it. So the huge brackish groundwater lake that WRD is going to tap into, what is actually the likelihood? What does participation mean? I mean, that's such a huge resource that's been there for such a long time. So that's one question. Then the Central Basin one is, I was pretty sure Central Basin had a whole bunch of PFAS issues. So what, if anything, are the considerations there? And then how big is Hyperion's efforts to upgrade their facility? And what does that mean from a volume perspective? Because the Hyperion plant's not in a great location. So yeah, so lots of general questions there.
Sure, and let me start with the desalter. So we're continuing to work with the Water Replenishment District to develop that program because we see it as an easy win. The infrastructure is already in place to replenish the West Coast Basin through the barrier, the sea barrier, and so the expectation is once they start drawing out that plume, it'll lower the gradients of the water, and the basin should be able to take more water. And so all we need to do is, you see a little line connecting that hexagon with the triangle, is get the water into our system and then potentially provide somewhere between 4,000 up to 10,000 acre feet for the harbor district. So we see that as an easy win with minimal infrastructure, and we don't currently don't have the logistics in place, but we are working with them to put those pieces in place. And that, even though there isn't advanced treated water coming out of Hyperion when this would become active, you don't need to be. And that's why I call it a quick win, where you can start maximizing water earlier in the timeline out of Hyperion. Rafael, can I interrupt real quick?
So what then is their timeline to get that desalter underway? And would you then get conferred water rights associated with an investment? I mean, how would you be able to draw further on the aquifer?
So we currently have about 1,500 acre feet of water rights in the West Coast basin. Now, the adjudication, or the amendment to the adjudication that occurred earlier part of the last decade, allows for something called augmentation. So water that you put in, you can take out as long as you take it out within a year. And so we're intending to lean on that mechanism to be able to put the water in and take the water out. Otherwise, there are water rights out there that we can acquire to kind of help. So as we move through, we're going to analyze which one's more advantageous. You purchase additional water rights, you go with augmentation. You can actually also lease water rights, and that can provide you the flexibility to do that. But our partnership in the program is strictly the water that we put in, and actually this program has many other partners. So it has Torrance and other agencies that are in the area. And we're looking at, in terms of replenishment, we would replenish, our Hyperion would replenish from the west, and Metropolitan Water District would replenish from the east, and you contain that plume and then push it towards the treatment. So, but what we're seeing is the portion that we would put in is what we would get out and would go down to the harbor. So we're at least what we're thinking is a 1-to-1 water going in and coming out of that system to benefit the city.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this. I know we have a lot to tackle. This in and of itself can be a whole presentation. Just what's the timing? When will we see more on this again?
I understand that the desalter should be up and running later part of this decade. They're farther along than we are, so I mean, that's promising. And your question regarding PFAS, I'm sorry I interrupted.
A decade's a long time. Yeah. We just started the decade.
Right. I understand about 2028-ish, so we're about 6-7 years away.
Okay.
Now, your question regarding PFAS, from what we understand, the PFAS is located primarily farther east over the Montebello forebay, and it's a geologic formation under the Montebello area, and we're farther east. So the area south of downtown is called the Los Angeles forebay, and as I understand it, there isn't any PFAS, we haven't encountered any PFAS in that area. There are other things to worry about in there, but that wasn't one of them.
Okay.
And regarding Hyperion upgrades, I do have a slide on that, so I'll touch on it as soon as I get off of this slide. But before I do leave this slide, one of the things I wanted to highlight was the importance of what storage means to the program. So between the three basins, the West Coast, Central, and San Fernando basins, there's approximately 1 million acre-feet of available storage. So that represents about 2 years of the city's water supply sitting under our feet without having to build a dam. And I think that's what I consider really the true power of this program is the resiliency. So if you were to have a seismic event, if you have more looming effects of climate change or prolonged dry periods, if you would have stored up these reserves, then you would have been able to draw in the water and be able to weather some of these more excessive heat or other events that could present themselves. So with that, let me move on. So here's Hyperion. Of course, you know, owned and operated by LA San, is the largest wastewater treatment plant west of the Mississippi. And we do believe that this facility can yield upwards of 217 million gallons a day, converted to acre feet, 243. And again, that number represents close to half of what we currently use. So it is a substantial amount of water. And as I mentioned, LA San is responsible for the conversion of this facility. And you know, the challenge is going to be converting this facility, all while they still have to perform the required wastewater treatment to meet discharge limits. So they've described it as replacing out an engine while it's running. So it's not going to be an easy feat. And now, as you can see from the animation here, what we expect is about half of the facility is going to be retrofitted. So their current existing secondary activated sludge treatment process, which is kind of the heart of that treatment, is going to be ripped out and replaced with advanced treatment processes. So that's membrane bioreactors, reverse osmosis, ultraviolet, and advanced oxidation. And then when we get the water at the fence line and we use it either for replenishment or putting it for direct potable reuse, we would do additional treatment to polish that water. I'm just pausing in case there was.
I have a question.
Sure.
Based on my culture, what do you mean by LOX storage?
Sorry?
I love it.
LOX.
LOX.
Liquid oxygen.
Oh.
Fish.
LOX.
LOX. LOX.
It's liquid oxygen.
Liquid oxygen.
Oh, it's liquid oxygen. Okay.
Although it'd be more valuable if it was LOX storage.
It would be more valuable if it was the other. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. So moving on into goals and considerations. So as indicated, the roadmap I just showed provides a strategic overview of the major elements that will comprise the program. And the goals, again, are for sustainability, reliability, and resilience. And we've separated these into short-term, midterm, and long-term goals, which you can see there. So the short-term includes budget and schedule, integration management, environmental. Midterm, we're looking at interagency agreements, program management plans, and completion of our programmatic CEQA. And then long-term is to deliver the program within the framework of the water systems project delivery framework. So now, according to research, the majority of large programs fail to achieve objectives and are delivered late and over budget when compared to their original baselines. And most of these failures can be mitigated by establishing adequate baseline processes and resources. And for Operation Next, I'm going to highlight a couple that we've identified, and they start with scale and complexity of the program, constructability of the program, regulations, both water quality, environmental, and the like, budget constraints and funding, stakeholder management, environmental, real estate, and so forth, and then finally, resource management. And essentially, we're tasked with having to create a new framework on how to manage all of these elements on a programmatic level, as opposed to what we do now with at a project level for your basic projects. You have all these interconnected projects that have to be all looked at as one. All right, so before I jump into some of the figures here, I do want to qualify that these are what we call a class 5 order of magnitude estimate, and the accuracy is minus 20 plus 40, and so and again, these are conceptual level, but we developed these based on historical performance of actual water system projects, and we estimated these increased level of support. And you can see here we've identified, for example, construction support, power, construction, and maintenance. We need to double those resources. Construction contracts, we'd need to triple the amount of the level that we currently put out. The city services from LADWP to general services and the other departments, 9 times the level of resources that we currently have. The internal labor, you can see there 2 times the current levels, and in regards to professional services, 5 times. And so it is a significant impact to the way we currently operate, and we need to be thoughtful in how we put these resources in place as we start to ramp up the program. So in regards to, let's move on to resource management. So this graph pertains to engineering services only, and not LADWP construction resources. And,
so I just have a quick question. So it says LADWP job analysis direct 27,000.
Yes.
And then O&M jobs 50. RIMS model. What's that?
So that is the Federal Bureau of Economic Analysis model that we use to look at overall program impacts of the investment for Operation Next. So when we use the internal data that DWP developed to track work orders and the different minor orgs or labors that we use, and we developed our own internal estimates for what the direct impacts should be. And what the number of the 27,000 represents is through the life of the program. So if you look at if you think about, just to simplify the math, if this is a 25-year program, you divide it by 25, and you have about a little over 1,000 jobs per year as the equivalent. So that would be total for LADWP. Now the second column there, the type 1 RIMS model, that's direct and induced. So it's they're not additive. The 27 is part of that 74. And induced is supply chain. So somebody assembling a pump in a factory somewhere and so forth. And so we're looking at there's actually another column that talks about induced. So that's household spending. And I believe that number is in the range of about 100,000 acre feet. Excuse me, not 100,000 acre feet. 100,000 jobs over the life of the program. But again, you divide it by the number of years of the life of the program, and then you get into sort of the jobs per year. So you know more or less how many people you're going to need to hire.
And so that 27,000 number, let's just say it's 1,000 people a year. Do we have a sense of how much of that would be LADWP employed versus how much of that is external to LADWP?
So the way we estimated the direct jobs was based on our status quo, how we, what we do and sort of how we do it. So it assumes all LADWP staff. But if you select a different strategy, if you're going to put it more out, then that number would reduce accordingly. But this is just based on how we've estimated the parts of the program that we can do internally. For example, building a pump station or treatment facilities, we have those expertise. Drilling wells, we do not. Tunneling, we do not. So we assume a certain portion of the work would go out to bid and a certain portion would stay in-house. And then we just use similar projects that we've already done and then just scale them accordingly.
So basically then your 1,000 person would be 1,000 people. Is that over and above what we have currently employed, or is that inclusive of the people that are currently employed?
There would be a slight overlap. As we understand, many of our major initiatives in the water system are going to be sunsetting over the next couple of years, so there is going to be a drop-off in our capital expenditures, which has hovered around 500 to 600 million over the last couple of years. So as those sunset, we do expect that in the long term, they might drop to about 400 and then sort of 400 million and then flatline. So for our current employees, a lot of them are going to be can be repurposed for Operation Next. And yes, this is not new jobs above and beyond. It's just this is the amount of jobs it would take to deliver the program. And there is some overlap, but it's still too early to figure out how you would repurpose them. But in all actuality, I think most people this is an all hands on deck effort. Most people in the water system probably will be touching some aspect of Operation Next.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. So the core work here, so the core work, as we've just discussed, is engineering work that will continue to take place regardless of Operation Next. So this highlights how for Operation X we'd have to ramp up above and beyond the core work. So you can clearly see that the doubling of what we estimate will be the engineering and support services for Operation X. Moving on to schedule and budget management. So the table on the right contains the flow milestones and when they'll be completed with construction. And you can see there the earliest that you get the maximum flow out of Hyperion is 2044 at 322 cubic feet per second. But there are milestones there, and you can see smaller flows prior to that in the earlier years. But in terms of milestones, we have pre-planning for about another 18 months. We're going to be doing a master plan development. We're going to complete our programmatic EIR. Then we have to start getting into the project-specific CEQAs that start falling out of the umbrella CEQA document. And the durations of these seem long, but that's because we have 30-plus projects on multiple trains that are overlapping each other. So we'll get a little bit. I have another slide that illustrates just how interconnected these are. So here's our budget slide, and again, I do want to qualify that these figures are Class 5 order of magnitude, and on the left is 2018 dollars, on the right is 2021 dollars, not escalated for inflation. So in terms of the factors that affected how we went from 8 to 16, the original estimate for Operation X was more of a top-down, what you call a top-down estimate, where you're just kind of looking at everything globally. But as the focus of the program became, as the program became more into focus, we were able to then start breaking up the program and start analyzing the different components from a bottom-up approach, which allows you to not only budget, but to resource load and schedule. So the second impact was the flow for Hyperion that we estimated originally increased by about 25% from 174 million gallons a day to 217. So that was a 25% increase in the scope of the project that affected the size of pipes, pump stations, and all the associated pertinences. Real estate was also, we included that as well. And then we in terms of how we broke up unit cost for the, unit cost update based on current projects. So yeah, again, we use the actual projects that we've built that are similar to what we expect to build for Operation Next, but it's just bigger. So again, we scaled these accordingly and identified 30 plus projects to put the program together. And again, finally, that we incorporated a best practice of estimating, something called estimating adjustment factors, and this includes mobilization, bond insurance, complexity index, and contractor profit. So this accounted for about 30% of the increase. And so it's all, we tracked it, and it sort of shows the evolution of the program as we got more refinement and in our analysis. So the numbers that you saw represented are essentially scenario 6 here on the right of the table. So that's what we call our all-in scenario. And here in this scenario, flows are sent all the way to the LA Aqueduct filtration plant, the backbone system, the harbor. But there are a number of other scenarios that don't necessarily hit all of these buckets, but still use a certain amount of flow. And those are illustrated here moving left. And if you look at scenarios 1 and 2, that represents strictly what we call indirect potable reuse or replenishment, putting the water in the ground and assuming you're not going to go to the filtration plant. And we had 2 levels of production there, and you can see kind of how the numbers fall out and how much we think we could produce if we just do that strategy. Scenarios 3 and 4, we bypass replenishment of the groundwater altogether and just focus on the pipe all the way to the LA Aqueduct filtration plant. And again, we have different levels of flow if we may have to dedicate water to blending or other agencies or so forth. So we wanted to come up with different scenarios. And scenario 5 is essentially the same as scenario 6, but without the connection to the med backbone system. So assuming that becomes a low priority and maybe we forgo it, but we chose the scenario 6 because of just the operational flexibility and assuming that we go high in terms of our estimates, and then if it comes down lower, then we can then do something more precise for our ratepayers. So, these are just 6 scenarios, but we actually developed early on about 3 dozen of these scenarios that look at a different mix mash of the buckets and so forth, and looking at different sizes to try and come up with something optimal. So the one takeaway is that you'll notice that the higher the yield of the program, the lower the life cycle cost, and that's the unit cost running along the bottom. So we're going to undertake the master planning effort that's going to look at this and try and validate this, and also look at it whether or not we missed anything. Are there any other alternatives that we didn't consider that might be beneficial? And so we're leaving it open and seeing where the analysis takes us. All right, so this is what we consider our original baseline, and this scenario, again, assumes full Hyperion flow. This is a version of the scenario 6, but with completion by 2041 for replenishment, 2042 for direct potable reuse. So that's the filtration plant. And you'll notice that the expenditures, and this is just Operation Next. The expenditures for this cap out at about $1.5 billion a year for close to about a decade. So when we saw this, we realized that we may need to revisit our strategy on how we were planning to deliver the program. And as I mentioned, by comparison, that our average annual expenditures are between $500 and $600 million. So you would actually have to take this and stack it on top of what our expected capital program expenditures are. So realizing that there could be a potential for excessive expenditures, we thought, okay, let's work out some other scenarios on how we can smooth out this curve. So this scenario here represents a scenario to try and lower those annual expenditures, but even this scenario should be considered aggressive because it will also require organizational changes to accomplish. And the expenditures under here, they cap out at about 1.2. So we do see some lowering of the annual expenditures, but again, we'd have to analyze sort of if there's a better way to do that. And then finally, we did visit a scenario for 2035, which we illustrated here. And the one thing you will notice that in order to accomplish this, that you do have to pull forward about $8 billion in order to accomplish this goal. And and that, that presents a challenge with based on the resources that we have today. And so, once we went from $8 billion to $16 billion, we really had to rethink how to structure the program to better match our resource considerations. And so when we always said, 2035 was highly dependent on the regulatory framework, collaborative, being able to come up with institutional agreements, funding, political will. And so as we start getting more into the details on what the programs look like, we realized, okay, we need a broader plan that we're not. We're trying to be thoughtful on how we roll out these projects so that they are tenable to the ratepayers whenever it does come before for discussion. So here's a side-by-side of what the 2046 and the 2035 scenarios look like, and I discussed the scenarios in the middle column there. So for the two that are LADWP, for example, PCNM and labor, it's 2 times the current resources. If you go to 2035, you'd have to go to 3 times. Professional services, 5 times, you'd have to go to 8 times. So, I think the numbers speak for themselves in terms of the potential impacts, and we need to develop a strategy in terms of how we attack the strategy that we decide on. So if we say 2046 or 24 or something in between, we really do need a plan on how we determine we're going to ramp these programs up. And so you're not intended to be able to read this, so you don't have to squint. But I do want to show, I just want to illustrate on the left there, those are the 31 plus projects that I've mentioned a couple of times. And again, these are, we budgeted these, we resource loaded these and scheduled them. And you can see, particularly in the pink is the construction. And so how we tried to spread these out so that we're not impacting particular years particularly hard. And so all of these were again, we took those maps, the maps that you saw on the lines on the map, and we essentially broke the program up into tiny pieces and developed these sort of placeholder projects and gave us what we think is a high degree of confidence in terms of what the overall program will eventually look like. So at some point, real projects will start falling out of these with real alignments that we're going to have more refined analysis in terms of the cost schedule and the resource loading. But in terms of at a programmatic level, this is what we've come up with to date. So I got 2 more slides. So in terms this slide here again illustrates where the project flows will become available to the various buckets. And the biggest takeaway from this slide, the blue bars are when you see advanced treated recycled water coming online, and you see 2044 is when we show the full flow coming out of Hyperion. But what this slide also illustrates is that there's a need to maybe find other partnerships to see if we can get more water out of Hyperion sooner. So that's where once we plan this out, we kind of look at where the gaps are. And again, the master planning process should help us in figuring that out. And moving along. Outreach. So outreach has been ongoing since the inception of the program in late 2018, and we've presented over 100 times to various different audiences. All the council districts have been briefed, a couple of the neighborhood councils, a couple of the alliances. We presented at conferences, seminars, trade organizations, essentially anybody that would listen to us, we'd present. So we've taken this on a roadshow pretty well. And as we continue into the master planning process, we do have a formal outreach plan that we follow, and it's going to be rolled into that process as well to continue to get additional input in how the program starts to come together. But I did want to highlight, we do have a website, so that's on the bottom left there. And on that website, there's also a link to the video that's shown on the right. So anybody within the sound of my voice, I encourage that you visit the site, and there's a lot of good information there, and our contact information is there as well. So that concludes the presentation, and I do acknowledge that this is an extraordinary effort, but I also think that we're an extraordinary agency and we're living through extraordinary changes in climate. So I think we can rise to the moment, and I see it as similar to 100+ years ago when our city leaders determined there was a need for water, and they boldly invested in water infrastructure. So in that vein, it's our responsibility to determine the future need for water. We know our imported supplies are continuing to be strained, so we have to look inward and develop our local resources with the water that we do have and be more efficient with it. So with the proper planning and the resources required, I think we can develop not only the tools, the ingenuity, but also the force of will to see this program through. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Jill.
What do you mean when you say the ocean? I think it was the slide before this. Where is it? Maybe not. It was something about.
Third to the last slide. So the round box on the right side. Keep going.
Did you find it?
Next one.
This one?
Is that in the number 4?
Yeah, so that's so what we put there was basically consequences of not properly scheduling this.
Yes.
You would have Hyperion be treating to a high quality level, but then not having the infrastructure in place to take the water, it would essentially end up going into the ocean. So those are the kind of things that we wanna avoid.
Okay.
So it's not a plan to have that; it's a plan to avoid that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
so those are the strategies. Basically, we can work with nearby agency, West Basin, find other partners, new customers for the recycled water, or goes to the ocean.
This is definitely a Herculean task. And this is all work you've done in-house within the department? Like,
yes.
Wow.
My team.
So like people, so a lot of DWP engineers and others are like worked full-time developing this plan. Okay.
Yeah, so all the work that we've done to date over the last 3 years, and for 2.5, actually for 2 of those years, there was just 4 of us, and so it was a lot to ask, and it essentially became a bottleneck. You only have so much bandwidth, and as of the later part, about this time last year, we got our own group. Now we're 11 people, but we're quickly going to run out of bandwidth again because the program is so huge. You still only have so much bandwidth. But yes, this has been internal capacity that we've developed that I'm very proud of, that we've developed, and I think that we have very smart people that work here that can do this type of work, and with the proper training and guidance, I don't think there's a limit to what we can do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And have you had a sort of advisement from peers, let's say, in terms of the process you've been through, the conclusions you've come to? I mean, how do you, even working on large-scale planning efforts like that I've been on, there's been some subset of consultants that have kind of given their perspective on kind of a critique, or it could be a positive thing, like right. Just questioning, or just seems like especially now that you have this many alternatives, right? How do you get to the 2 or 3 that really make sense for you to consider based on A, B, C? So I mean, you don't have to have an answer. We don't have one, but I think that it's not unreasonable to imagine that you might want to have a roundtable conversation, a 2-day, session with someone whose opinion you respect, and basically, get perspective.
Sure, yeah, and it's always good to have an outside perspective. And through this process, we have a lot of contacts on the professional world, in the consulting community, and they've hosted webinars for us. We've bounced ideas off of them. Okay. So this has been something that we've done through the process. So we haven't been working completely in a vacuum. Yeah. And so you know, when they offer you a webinar, somebody's willing to give you a piece of knowledge. I never said no. I always take it and sit it, because there's always a little nugget here and there that you can take away and use that for the program. But you know, with that said, we're gonna through the master planning effort, we are gonna take a more formal process to that approach, where we are gonna pass on all of the information that we've developed, and look to see whether we were on the right track or if we missed any other items.
So the master plan effort is going to be by an outside group. I see. Okay.
Yes, and
I didn't understand
we actually issued that task yesterday. It went out to our consultant teams to consider, and so it's moving along.
Wow.
I also just want to remind commissioners that it's unfortunately mask up for everybody.
Mask up.
Yeah, mask up in order to comply with county regulations. And also to model best practices for employees as they come back into the building. Any additional questions? Go ahead. Fred, did you have a comment?
I did, but I thought I heard a commissioner speak up.
Well, I just had a couple of questions about things like budget, rates, how this factors into the considerable financial undertaking that the department is committed to, both in the context of both LA 100, but also just in the context of the overall maintenance and operation demands that we continue to encounter. So I am curious as to how we are thinking about, or how we are aligning our financial planning with our, programmatic planning in the context of these two significant efforts.
And Santilli, Chief Financial Officer. We're actually looking forward to this outreach program that's going to be done in 2023 to look at it, because the current rate ordinance didn't assume a $16 billion Operation Next project. So we want to get some input, and then as we do the next rate ordinance for water, have the ability to figure out what that rate impact is, and the ability, can we fund with that much bond money, that much capital projects. So it is something that we need to work with the Office of Public Accountability and Water to come back with what are those estimated bill impacts, and can we really finance it and complete the work.
And is there a separate timeline associated with that work as well? And how does that align to the water systems master plan effort? Or I assume additional detail around financial requirements will be teased out.
I think it's kind of in tandem. So the Office of Public Accountability has a ratepayer advocate that works with water system directly and listens to all the steps in the project. So it's something we're waiting for more information on.
Dr. Pickle, if you could sort of help us to address some of this as well, because again, we have mentioned, not probably often enough, but we have mentioned the department's dire need to review and establish a current, a rate case like now. I also know that as a matter of practice, we are very interested in having periodic rate reviews, which apparently, are certainly more critical as we continue to evolve and iterate these kinds of programmatic efforts. I am curious as to how you, Dr. Pickle, see the timing with respect to these various reviews, and how well the department is doing not just conceptualizing all of the extraordinary efforts that we plan to undertake in order to protect and ensure adequate both water and power to the city, but also how that planning is aligning to and supporting the work that we need to do to fund it.
We would prefer that a rate review had begun 12 months ago, but it wasn't. We had a once-in-a-100-year event that kept everyone from getting together for these sorts of things. We would like a review to begin as soon as possible, but depending on other things going on, that may stretch into, we're concerned it may stretch into 2023.
I think it just is going to become very important for us to be really, again, very transparent and very clear about the impacts associated with delay, consideration of rates, structure, and overall, capacity to afford the efforts that we have identified as critical to our future. And this, again, seems like yet another occasion for one of those, very bright flares that will need to go up as we both manage issues of affordability and think about how we ensure that we are not just able to provide, to ensure resiliency, but also to ensure access for our customers. But at the same time, it's critically important that we undertake efforts to plan for water to continue to flow in the years to come. And I think it's important as well for us to appreciate not just the magnitude of the undertaking, but this is not 100 years ago. And we often get caught up in our own story and lore. The methods by which we were able to secure adequate water resources are not methods that can be replicated. This is going to require a fully paid for, fully transparent, fully considered, eyes-on undertaking that is cognizant of issues of equity, cognizant of issues of the environment, cognizant of things that, 100 years ago we didn't have to think a whole lot about. And it's going to cost a lot. So I just, appreciate this presentation. Look forward to continued updates, would encourage the department to accelerate its planning efforts so that we can have a much more refined perspective about what it'll take and what we have to do to make it happen. I'm always, my ears always perk up when we talk about the need for the department to operate differently in order to accommodate this effort. We've heard the need to operate differently in order to accommodate technology, in order to accommodate our smart grid planning. So we've got a lot of challenges. And I concur that we've got a lot of capacity. We've just got to take on the hard stuff too. And when you think about how difficult the engineering and the science and all of the other things are, the construction related to pulling this off, it only underscores how tough conversations about money and affordability are, when that becomes the hard stuff that we often don't raise. I'm anxious to see us have that conversation in as frank and thoughtful a way as possible. as we continue to pursue this. And then finally, I just have questions, Nancy, to you. And I know it just happened, but yesterday, that the infrastructure bill was signed. I am curious about how we, and thank you, Ann, very much. I'm curious about how we are prepared or preparing ourselves, and I would assume that we've been poised to strike, how we're preparing ourselves to identify and secure resources through federal funding that could offset some of this work. I know the money's going to be available, not tomorrow, but soon. And some of our project planning seems to be down the road. But can you give us some insight into the department's preparation, coordination with the city, or other efforts to both identify and secure additional resources to defray the cost of both this kind of work and also some of the work we have on the power side?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have been discussing, as the federal bills have been moving through the process, discussing with our representatives in D.C. the best way to access that money. And in some cases, and particularly as it relates to water, there's a lot of they don't have to create new programs. There are existing programs both at EPA and at the Department of Interior's Bureau of Reclamation around recycled water. So there's a significant amount of funding. It will play out over a number of years. And actually, just this morning, while we were all sitting here, our legislative planning for water, kind of strategic planning happened this morning to try to talk through and make sure we're kind of working on those priorities. So we are trying to be systematic about both setting our priorities, but also being on top of when certain funding will get released. So that's kind of our highest priority, both in Sacramento and now especially in DC, and try to, really try to use all of our access and resources to make sure folks know what we're doing and how we access those funds. I think one of the challenges will be the timing of when the feds want to get the money out the door versus when we could spend the money. So that's something we're going to have to stay on top of, because sometimes what happens is there's a pot of money, but we're not really ready for it. So we're trying to make sure we're providing the information back to the programs so that they can, if they can adjust one way or the other, they'll have a better chance of accessing that. That sometimes, those schedules don't always align. So we will try to make sure that at least we provide the information so that we can access that funding.
No, thank you. I don't know that we have recognized sufficiently the work of your team in connection with tracking, following, and helping to secure resources for the department. We've been very focused on recovery and, have succeeded beyond anything we would have imagined, say 18 months ago. So
Absolutely.
Such that I think we all feel like a huge weight has passed. I'm certain that our CFO is pleased with the efforts in terms of just backfilling the huge hole in our own, budget, but more importantly, or as important, also securing relief for LADWP customers. It's just going to be even more critically, it's just, I guess, going from one, kind of major effort to another, I think is just where we stand. And I'm hoping, Marty, that we are sufficiently resourced, both locally, but also significantly resourced or sufficiently resourced at the federal level to investigate and to determine how we fit into the various buckets of resources that will be pouring out of Washington, and how we can creatively align our work so that we can access, funds in real time.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you. I don't think that it's hard to imagine there'll be any more pressing legislative priorities over the next few years than securing funding for all of these various projects. And so fortunately, I think, at least for the moment, in terms of a reception that we'll get in Washington, things are really lined up about as well as they could be in terms of both aligning our goals with the things that the Biden administration and Congress want to achieve, and just being able to, see friendly faces in DC. So we'll hope that that continues. We have our federal legislative meeting every 2 weeks, and on the off week, we've been having grant and funding meetings. So we're just trying to, and our Washington lobbyists are very focused on this. They understand that this is the priority, and they've actually beefed up some of their own resources. But we will need everybody's help to try to make sure that we're bringing home as much money as possible. And of course, these planning processes will help us define sort of what those projects are. And we'll try to bring home as much as we can.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I also know that given all of the focus on climate change, that there may be some opportunities to see the kind of permitting streamlining that the department's been so interested in, particularly as it relates to power plants and transmission. So I'm looking forward to just a more comprehensive discussion about those activities and what's possible moving into next year. But thank you for that. Any other questions on this?
I had some brief comments and a question.
Yes, sir.
This is a mega project, as expensive as the state water project, now abandoned Twin Tunnel project, and except for it's spread over a small fraction of the number of customers. So what opportunities do we have to share the cost of this initiative in terms of not just sources like Hyperion, but other projects, and also find ways to reduce the cost of the piping required to use the water supply? And this could involve collaborating with MWD or others in some ways, given offsets. Really, it begs for almost statewide collaboration. And I wonder what aspects of that have been explored, or the state of exploration of things like that.
So there's a couple of agencies that we have been actively discussing just sort of what are the possibilities without really committing to any one way or another. But particularly, we talked about the water replenishment district and the potential to use some water there, and they would be a key player in that project. The West Basin Municipal Water District is strategically positioned to be able to accept some of that water as well. We know that there's metropolitan infrastructure that goes near Hyperion, that potentially there's an opportunity there as well. So we have started some of those discussions, just asking questions of, hey, what are the possibilities here? Or can we think about how we can maybe expand beyond the scope that we currently have, because over the last 3 years, our scope was, this is LA's water and it's to the maximum benefit of the city, and let's treat it as such. And so, but with in looking at where we are today, we want to make sure that we do a robust investigation of where we can go. So looking at other potential scenarios that we may have looked at, what are the cost implications of those, major milestones and potential range of impacts. But those are the main backing up to your question, the main agencies that we've been talking to include West Basin, include Water Replenishment District, and Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. And we have talked here and there for other potentials, maybe with Santa Monica and some of the other agencies that are in the basin that could potentially use some of this water. And yeah, the idea is, for the most part, because we're going to be getting block flow, we may need to offload some of this water. And so we may not be able to manage all of this water. So we need to have strategies in place that gives us the greatest operational flexibility. And some of these partnerships may be able to provide that.
We're also offloading a lot of our taking from MWD, which unloads the state water project. Are there people in Northern California that would do more than send us a holiday card for doing this?
I am not aware. I don't know. Sorry.
Is there anybody, either Ensemble or Marty, that would like to take on that question?
I just want to offer that, I think to Dr. Pickle's comment, I mean, certainly there are, I always say to drop a pebble in the pond that's Los Angeles, it ripples throughout the whole state. And so in this case, certainly there are other beneficiaries by us reducing our demand on Metropolitan and potentially the LA Aqueduct as well. And so, and so by doing that, we'd hope that we could avail ourselves of state funding as well. We know the state revolving fund, we've been the biggest, I think until Sacramento Sanitation upgraded their system, we were the biggest off-taker of money in the state revolving fund that has saved our ratepayers over $500 million in interest payments. So there are certainly programs like that that exist. We hope there'll be additional programs that we can access as well as federal money to help defray the costs of this kind of project. One of the things that's interesting about this project, and kind of thinking about what Ann spoke about, and you, President McCLAIN-HILL, about rates. So, we talk about infrastructure projects, and when you're replacing pipe, replacing poles and wires, adding treatment plants and things like that, those are all new costs, or costs that we have to absorb. In this project, at its build-out, the cost of the water pays for the project. So if you look at the cost, so the cost per acre foot of build out is a good price for water. The challenge is how to get there, and when you run up against bonding capacity, so that where if you could bond the whole project, you'd pay it slowly, and your water rates and it would pay it back just naturally. But because there's a lot of investment up front, there's a question about our bonding capacity. Hopefully the securitization bill might, the charge that we're able to put on a bill might give us some additional bonding capacity to do this, but this will push what water system can bond on its own, which would require us to collect more money to pay for it. But if you look just strictly at the cost of water per acre foot, it pencils out on its own because it's a replacement cost as opposed to other projects that just cost more money, period. The other thing I was going to comment on the rates, and this is one of the difficulties that Ann and I have discussed the rates. So we are, Dr. Pickle's right, when the city will want to take up rates, we don't know, but we are going to be prepared. And so all the groups in the department have been doing budget now for rate discussion, including staffing levels, and Ann is preparing those numbers now for the board. The problem, of course, is that that's a 4 or 5 year view, and a lot of these big projects hit outside that window. So one of the things we've been discussing is to make sure that as we embark as a department, as a city, on committing toward LA 100, Operation Next, and that sort of thing, that even though the rates may not really capture all those out year costs, that we've somehow identified what's coming up next, because otherwise it's not fair to take off down that path without people seeing what's in store after this next block of years that we would look to do a rate adjustments. What would happen after that for the next 5 years to make sure that the picture is clear. So we're working on that to make sure it's as transparent and forthcoming as we can possibly put together for everybody.
Okay, I don't have any other questions or comments. Anybody else? No. Then thank you very much. I appreciate it. A little more than 20 minutes, but no complaints.
But definitely
a good discussion.
Well worth it.
Yes, it's well worth it. In the world of my schooling, I think one of the things that would be interesting in the future is doing what we call charrettes, which is you sit around and you talk about something like this, and have concentrated, attention so that, we could really understand clearly. I'm sure that Nicole is there, was trying to say some things, but it was very interesting dialogue, and thank you for all the amazing work.
Thank you again for the opportunity to present.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. So we will move to item J, the filed items. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the financial services monthly activities report, or item 2, the Chief Information Security Officer monthly report? I don't see any coming from commissioners. I just have a quick question about the security report. There's a notation about increased activity in October. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Commissioner, this is Mark Northrup, the Chief Information Technology Officer. So there's been an increase in activity throughout the United States since September 11th. With the withdrawal from Afghanistan, there was a heightened alert that was sent out by the FBI, DHS, and other three-letter agencies within the organization, attributing to the withdrawal that there would be considered attacks after September 11th and heightened cyber activity, we'll call it, on things. So what we've done is, under the leadership of Stephen Kwok, who is our Chief Information Security Officer, he's heightened his teams, around any kind of incidents that occur. We receive things on a daily basis. As you might have heard, just the FBI was just compromised over the weekend. We actually received some information on that. Nothing was affected, but we have to be constantly alert to these type of things. So that's basically where that falls into at this point in time.
Okay, yeah, I just noted it was a 37% increase of unauthorized vulnerability scanning. I just thought
that is, if you notice, it is from outside the United States. Mm-hmm. These are real friendly countries that we like to deal with, maybe Russia, North Korea, Iran, and other, China. So, not friendly with us, but they are constantly probing us to see where our vulnerabilities are. And we're constantly vigilant of that. And we have to, change on these vectors. When these come in, we pivot to accommodate and make ourselves more resilient from a cyber perspective going forward.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Any other questions?
How many, I'm curious now that you piqued my, when something like that happens, how many of you have to, get involved?
It's a village.
It's a village, okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
it's everyone comes together, and it depends on, what the, I'll say the vector may be. So, there are things that attack from an email perspective, mm-hmm. And we look at those things and then we, mitigate them and we remove them from everyone's emails. Mm-hmm. There could be an attack on our network. It could be an attack on our infrastructure in the form of our IoT devices. Mm-hmm. So it depends on the group, but, the teams have a very good, I'll say, playbooks. We call them playbooks, by which we follow when something happens so that we know exactly what to do. And they're constantly being adjusted so that we're, we can, be ready for different things and be flexible and, I'll say, resilient to the attackers and stuff like that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We have...
The minutes.
Yeah, I don't have them. They weren't in my...
The minutes?
Yeah, they weren't in my section. In my Prime Gov.
I sent them under separate cover, sorry.
Gotcha. Okay. We have minutes for approval. It's item K1. Have commissioners had an opportunity to review the minutes, or should we just hold them over for our next meeting?
If you want a motion, I'll make a motion.
All righty.
I move that we approve the minutes of October the 12th, 2021.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Would you take the roll?
Board President McCLAIN-HILL,
Aye.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS,
Aye.
Commissioner LEHRER,
Aye.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady,
Aye.
4 ayes.
Okay, so we will now take up items, we have deferred item 17, we have items 21 and 22, both items from the Board of the Public Relations Committee has heard these items. We'll start with item 21.
Mr. John first?
Actually, 21 is Mr. Pataful.
Oh, okay.
Is first.
I have 20 and 21, not 20.
Yeah, they were, these items relative to the Personnel Committee report were sent out previously, and I know that copies were provided to commissioners today.
Mr. Paddlefer, you will have 5 minutes to speak, please.
So just to be clear, this is an appeal from Mr. Pedalford, one of our employees who filed a grievance with the, that was heard by the Commission's Personnel Relations Committee. And the recommendation to this board was adopted by that committee on 10/28/21 and is before this board for either acceptance or not. And Mr. Pedalford is not in agreement with the recommendation and has 5 minutes to speak directly to the board. Sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The reason I'm here, as you know, is the grievance is an abuse of the MOU by management at the filtration plant. MOU section 94B3 clearly states that when the difference between the highest and lowest person on the AOTL is greater than 40 hours, the employee with the lowest number of hours shall, except in an emergency, be offered the overtime first. Now on 10/28, when the personnel committee, they actually agreed with management acknowledgement of my grievance being true and correct. Said it was essentially correct. Management states that they have determined that my work in the 3 16-hour shifts would impact my safety, but they failed to show any data to support this assumption. So I wonder, was it based on my age? Evelyn Cortez Davis, among the other managers I spoke with, stated my commute was a concern. So I have worked several double shifts many times in the past. I worked a shutdown, which is a 14-day, 12 hours a day. My work performance is excellent. I'm never late. I don't call in sick. I haven't had any issues in my 6 years here. Also, management goes on to contradict themselves by stating in emergency situations they'll allow more than 2 consecutive 16-hour shifts. Is that okay to disregard the safety rule when they can't cover shifts? That just kind of proves, further that they can't hide behind the excuse of safety. There's nothing that supports arbitrarily picking 2 shifts as a limit. We're all adults there. We all know our own limits. Shifts are refused when they can't be worked. The AOTL is designed to be balanced, and by the end of the year, it all works out as it has forever there, as long as the AOTL and the MOU is followed. Now, to be clear, this was no emergency. The overtime was offered to me 6 weeks before the overtime was worked. Very straightforward. Management canceled my OT with no reason. even though younger water treatment operators had worked 4 and 5 consecutive 16-hour shifts just a few months before. They are correct in stating that overtime can be canceled, but however, the overtime was not canceled. It was just taken away from me and given to somebody else. This is a clear avoidance to pay overtime at the double time rate, and by awarding these hours to others that have worked more hours than me, it falls on a different shift and less overtime gets paid out. The effort is clearly done by breaking the MOU contract between management and labor. If this arbitrary practice is allowed to continue, where will it end? The MOU is a contract. If management is allowed to ignore it or reference it occasionally, then it is just mere meaningless fiction. As for balancing the AOTL at the end of the year, nowhere in the MOU does it state that that is a goal. Management's argument that Article 6 is in effect makes no sense. Article 6 has nothing to do with this grievance. Because if it did, then Section 9(4)(b)(3) wouldn't even need to be there, along with anything else in the MOU after Article 6. I thought that the MOU was to be followed and it was a contract between DWP and the union. However, if we're going to allow management to pick and choose when they follow the MOU, then it's really nothing more than just words on a page. And lastly, I just wanted to say that I know there's a monetary compensation involved in this too, but I just wanted to let you know that's secondary. The primary reason is to follow the MOU for me and the other water treatment operators there, because at this point in time, that is simply not being done. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. You have before you the committee's recommendation on this grievance, item number 20. Is there a motion with respect to item 20?
Item 21.
Just for clarification, it's item 21.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is item 21. I thought I asked for item 20 to go first.
It's 21 and 22 are the two remaining.
They're just numbered incorrectly in front of me. Okay, so item 21. You have a motion for item 21. Is there, or you have item 21 before you. It's written on the piece of paper. If you're looking at your paper, it says item 20. But in any event, is there a motion for item number 21 on our agenda with respect to approval of the Personnel Relations Committee report for grievance filed by Mr. Paddleford?
So moved.
I'll second. Would you take the roll?
Second.
Oh, so we have a second from Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS. Would you take the roll, please?
President McCLAIN-HILL.
Aye.
Commissioner BRAD-HOPKINS.
Aye.
Commissioner LEHRER.
Aye.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
Aye.
4 ayes.
So item 21 has been approved. I'm sorry, Mr. Paddleford. Thank you very much. The committee's recommendation has been approved.
Thank you.
We now will hear from Mr. Young on item 22. Again, Mr. Young is here to discuss with the board the report from the Personnel Relations Committee in connection with the grievance that he filed, and has 5 minutes to address his comments to the board.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I have to go directly to the subject that the manager's arguments. They said there is an agreement between Local 18 and then the provision for that the changing my pay to WPT. And then the other subject is that when I was staying in the motel for the provision, department ordered me to stay, and then that is not applied to pay, travel pay, and closing reimbursement, during the travel, and then that state reimburse apply only when an employee is traveled, required a temporary. But in that statement that and then the committee commissioner accepted that based on the recommendation, and then only that they didn't provide that the travel pay is since he was never on temporary assignment. Only argument they has is a temporary. I'm not gonna get paid for travel. The second thing is that changing the class code from the senior electric mechanic to the wind turbine technician is in violation of the 1014. It's not the legally employee, is not the commissioner's rule, it's a department rule. And then I'm gonna go read that the rule that said affected me. The policy of the personnel department, City of Los Angeles, page 3, it states that the legal employee on that page 4 is a policy of personnel department. It is lower case than the Civil Service Commissioner's Rule 1014. 1014 is the one require anybody. It's not the transfer. If you change my DDR or class code, it require written consent. That's the rule. You cannot change my job title or anything without my consent. And during that, the legal employee process, the initial paper was given to me on page 5. That's the option form. It require, the option 1 and option 2 require employee name, employee number, employee signature, and date. When I reviewed that the paperwork submitted, and then it is in my personal file, this option form is omitted. They bleached that the government document. Option form is a requirement for satisfying 1014 rule. 1014 require any change of my DDR require my written consent. My written consent section option form on that the transfer was omitted by DWP, the manager, Shannon Pasquale. And then I also, looking for what is that the legally employee asking their staff include that the personnel department. The conclusion of their word is on page 9. It require pay raise. It require option form signed by requirement of the 1014 rule, and then it has to be a letter or promotion. But my case, my guaranteed pay at removing my lodging was 11.2% pay raise from base payment for 4 premium, and then the turbine technique pay raise is 8%. It's an actual pay lower 3.14%. And then second, the legally employee rule set by personnel department's rule of the Civil Service Commissioner's Rule 1014 and 13. Therefore, it cannot violate the 1014. And the rule for the paying that the travel pay is in that page 7, number 1, notwithstanding any other provision of position evaluation and compensation program in conflict herewith. Any rule given that the temporary or permanent employee given because of the department needed, they have to follow every provision rule. That rule was set 1974.
Sir, your 5 minutes is up. You're going to have to wrap up.
Let me have one more one, if you don't mind. Give me about 2 minutes, please. Can you grant me, please?
Why don't we split the difference? Take another minute. Your arguments are outlined in the report to the board, but take another minute.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. And he said that one was provided by Mr. Tom Bradley. The reason why I come into the city is because of I want to serve this city, because it guaranteed my job, my title. I give up everything for coming to the city for job security for my family. And that's all reason that I come in. And the commissioner has a rule 1014. If you under the rule, any rule violated, the commissioner's rule, commissioner has a duty to enforce any violation, and legally employee, their practice was violated 1014. They changed my DDR without my written consent, guaranteed at the 1014. And then they did not pay my travel pay, guaranteed by the rule made by 1974 by Mr. Tom Bradley. There is no difference between the compensate because of the status. It clearly states that my status is not the deciding factor.
Thank you. I share your admiration for former Mayor Bradley. Appreciate your coming to speak to us today. We have before us, Commissioners, item 22. You have a recommendation, a report and recommendation from the Personnel Relations Committee in the appeal of this grievance. Is there a motion with respect to the report before us?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you please call the roll?
President McCLAIN-HILL.
Aye.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS.
Aye.
Commissioner LEHRER.
Aye.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
Aye.
4 ayes.
Thank you. Then that item is passed, so the commission has adopted the recommendation of the Personnel Committee on your grievance. Again, thank you for coming today. And with that, we have concluded all of our business in open session, and Mr. Brejovich will be moving into closed session.
Yeah, at this point, we will recess in a closed session to address. My time's up already? Jeez.
You're done, Joe.
At this point, we will be recessing into closed session to deal with Section M of the agenda in accordance with California Government Code Section 54957.1. We will record any final actions taken therein.
We will stay in this room, so we'll need this room cleared for folks who are not in closed session. And we will immediately move into closed session.
For the folks participating on audio,
Remotely,
they'll be able.
Yeah, if you would just dial into the closed session line.
It's open already.
It's open, so we'll be ready to go as soon as we have a quorum.
We are in recess till we have a quorum. Thank you.
Joe, senior staff, you want here, not here for these items?
We don't have anything to do with IT. We have one